Hello. Hey, hey. Hey, Pinky. Hey, Malicious McPie. Hello, Ion. Back from a long road trip. Oh, nice. How was the trip? Hopefully the trip went well.
Hey, hello. I don't understand. Where the subtitles?
I can't believe I'm still forgetting about that. I mean, maybe I'm just like relying on you guys to remind me at this point about the subtitles. Hi. Moisturize? No bucket. No. I gonna drink. I gonna drink. Very nice. Got to see a lot of new stuff. Nice. That's always good to know. Oh. I mean, we have the jam session. Been a while. I mean, to be fair, I've been playing Street Fighter a lot, so can't even go 3D. I went long eye. The long eye. What a monster. What a cute monster. I hope we're doing good. Welcome in. I'm excited to play more Tears of the Kingdom. Although one thing that I'm not excited about is I'm pretty sure my crab dragon my crab dragon vehicle is gonna be gone. Like, there's no doubt, because they don't save that. If they do, that'll be great, but I don't think they do, which is very sad. Very, very sad. I want I don't want to create another one. It's so hard. It's so lazy. Let me double check something real quick. Subtitle is on, everything is on, music is on. I believe the buffering for the buffering for or the input latency or the audio latency should all be good, since I didn't really alter with it as much in OBS. Let me check. I mean, it should be good, right? Here. I can kind of hear it. And to make views out of funny material, like maybe Koroks. Can they spin? Can they move around? Let's see, 2. Also, while I'm playing Switch, it's the only chance that I get to out a lot of my VC face settings. So I have this on medium quality, and also FPS at 20. So it's like, it's pretty good. It's pretty high. I can move very, very fast. You never seen the fast kobo before. Now you do. I'm no longer moving in slow-mo. Also, let me double check the buffering. Audio latency seems okay. Input latency not as much, because I have another screen to look at. Yeah, sounds good. Actually sounds good. Alright, let me open up The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Shit, I pressed the wrong button. I am not used to pressing pressing O. As you go to help. I don't wanna. Why? My body. Help. Oh goodness. Oh boy. Oh yeah. So Monday I'll be back on doing art, because, well, it's been a while and I need to get back to art. As much as I hate it, I have to do all the UV and shit for the model to work. So yeah. 20 FPS, the speed is overflowing. They sure do. This game might be a little bit soft, on the softer side, but when the game is loud, it's loud, so I'll keep it this way. There, that's the proof of the crab dragon vehicle that I have on the thumbnail. I literally saved alongside the vehicle. I think it's gone. Like, I'll be upset. If an okay question, how's you today? A lot better. My brain I have almost full control of my brain now. My brain doesn't go my brain doesn't repeat, my brain doesn't go on the repeat on the traumatizing experience again, so yeah, very, very good. I'm doing a lot better than yesterday, which I can joke a lot more now. Yeah, see the crab dragon. Oh, it's gone. My crab dragon. Oh yeah, I have a honeycomb. I forgot I have a honeycomb. Oops. Bokoblin arm bones. Oh yeah, I was killing the bone thing. Oh, Bokoblin bones, I guess. I'm very happy about that as well. The 2 days ago was very rough, to say the least. Stick, stick, stick. Stick, stick, stick. I found the weapon. I want to go to that shrine. You know what? Since I don't know what to do, I mean, literally there's like a shiny yellow thingy for me to go to. But I'm just gonna go to that shrine over there. Look at that. There's a shrine there. Have I been there? How do I know? I don't know how to check if I've been there or not. I'm just gonna go there and see. Okay, if I remember how to play this game, jump. I know the attack button. Run is this one. A is just interacting. L? Oh yeah, all the janky stuff at L. Okay, okay. So I can ascend. I have whoa. What's an amiibo? Fuse, recall. Oh, recall is reverse pretty much. I can call for map here, ascend. I can go up, fuse weapons, the classic number one. Left trigger block. Okay, slowly remembering. Right trigger. Oh, right trigger is bow. Am I out of bow? How can it be out of bow? Right trigger. Oh shit, don't throw. Okay, I think, yeah, I'm remembering. Also, I should kill the birds. I mean, please don't get upset at me, bird zone or something. I'm just trying to get meat. Get meat. I think I should aim it a little bit upwards, right? A lot more upwards, maybe? Here? Whee. Hey, I did it. I'm just gonna walk to the shrine. Where's the shrine? Oh yeah, there it is. It's very close. Oh no, Pinky. Fine. Fine. Man, sometimes I really spout the weirdest thing ever, don't I? Is this the party pooper mouth? I don't know. Nah, it's just normal stuff, don't worry about it. I'm just gonna climb to the shrine. I don't know if I've been there or not, I'm just gonna go there. We don't do it's being recorded. Fair. Or this time I'm not gonna miss. Look at this. I'm a master of this game. Let's go. I am so good, it's beyond belief. Oh. Wait. The first stick is different. Oh, it's extra durable. Oh, it's extra durable. Oh my god, I found the best stick in the game. God, it's extra durable though. I see this ledge. I decided to cheat. Nice shot. Nice shot. I miss playing Wii Sports. My Wii console is broken. Cannot be opened anymore, which is kind of sad. You know, when we play bowling, it's like, nice throw. And then repeat it 3 times on the strike. The classic. Ishodak Shrine. Am I gonna die if I jump down? Oh. Is it weird to say that I love the music, even though it's just like very quiet? It's just a few piano notes. They did it well. Right? They did it well. It's like the quiet good. I don't know how to explain it. See? Something like that. It brings the mood. It brings the mood. It's not excessively quiet. It's just enough to make it not boring. I don't know how they managed to do that, but god, that is godlike. Like, you would think making music is just gonna be notes all over. You know, fill in the sheets, fill in the music sheets as much as possible to make it look to make it sound good. Iron Stinky, make it sound good, right? And then here comes Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. The music is just like a lot of rest, and then rest. Rest. It's so cool. Oh, my favorite thing? Man. What'd I do? Can I attach fan to myself? It's not what I usually do in the series, but that probably wouldn't have worked for such a long time. Probably. What do I do with this? Can I... Oh, wait, can I make myself fly with this? Oh, that's wild. No, I've been lied to. What did I do? Yeah! I'm your biggest fan. Ha 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 ha. I hate it sometimes, my god. I'm your biggest fan. Mm. Can I blow myself with this? God, the more I speak, the more the more weird it gets. Whoa! Whoa! I didn't know they can do that. Wait a minute. Can you do that again? No. No. Oh, was it because I threw it to the... But why not blow me? Do I need something that I can fly? It seems to have some sort of updraft. Look at that. Only when I'm close it has the updraft, I think. What? Am I missing something? Am I not supposed to be here? Sus. Sus. Good. Whoa. Can you climb on that? Can you climb the fan? That's kind of cool though. It's like stuck on the wall. I love this game. I love this game so much. I don't think I can do it. Seems to be sort of stumbled by conventional means. Or what if... Okay, wait. The biggest of brain. Let me try this. Can I stand here? Yes, I can. Go! Jump! Too far? Can we think of a way to break this puzzle? Wait. Shit. My brain is not that strong. No, it doesn't make me fly. I must be missing something then. I mean, look at that, it even creates updraft. Oh. I don't... Yeah, it doesn't make me fly. Maybe I am missing something. I'm leaving. Inferno, hi! Been a while. Hello, sorry that I can't stay. Love you guys. Good night. Night, Inferno. Have good sleep. Appreciate you stopping by. It's always nice to see you. Have good sleep. Maybe I should try going to the yellow dot then. Yeah, let's try going to the yellow dot. I'm probably gonna die if I jump down. Ooh! Oh, okay, all good. I'm the best. Okay, let's try going to the yellow dot then. Respecting the gravity. I have to. I don't want to get destroyed by gravity. You know what's funnier? There's a friend of mine named Gravity. Oh. 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 Oh, I mean that's easier. Okay. Oh, yeah, I forgot about you. Do I have... I do have an axe. Did. I know how to defeat you. Go to your back and then cut. Oh! Oh! Oh my god, I found friend. I found another stick. Spiky spear. Traveler sword stick. Traveler sword stick. Rusty halberd claymore. Never enough stick. Am I right or am I right? I want to stick with spear. It's always a nice combo. But the axe is almost gone, so let's just destroy this. Hi, Essie. Hope you're doing good. There we go. Alright. Don't feel bad for breaking weapons. It's fine. Now we just need to find another weapon and attach it. You know what? Let's use this stick. It's longer. How you doing, Essie? Doing good. How about you? I'm doing a lot better than 2 days ago. Yeah. Or maybe I should say that I'm doing very well today. Yeah, I'm definitely doing a lot better today. Yeah. 100%. Yay for good. It's always a yay for good. Is that the final boss area? Am I supposed to go there? But then it's like the yellow dot seems to prompt me to go there, I think. I'm a little scared though. Oh, thanks, Pinky. That's another shrine. This place looks like a wreck. Beautiful bird. I should probably make a vehicle. This is too slow. But then again, I'm almost out of fan. I don't know how to get more fan. See, I only have 9 left. That's terrible. How am I supposed to get more fan? I don't see any like zonite devices or something. Oh, friend. Mushroom. 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 Such an open field. And then it's like the game, to me personally, I only played for a little bit. I'm not even like that far into I'm not even that far into the game yet. I am thoroughly enjoying exploring the game. Like there's so many things to... What is that? Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? Why is that such a pattern? I don't know. Thanks, Ion. The big fart. Oh, I didn't get it. It doesn't seem that I can go in. It's a huge door. I'm gonna try. It's inside. But how do I get in? I don't think I can open this door. I can open the door. Oh. I don't want to destroy my best stick. Kobo like stick. Hi. Have I seen you before? Long, is that really you? Where'd you get out from the castle? I'm so ashamed. I've been on watch duty here this whole time and I didn't see you at all. I've really got to get serious about my training. Captain Hollis doesn't know that you're back, does he, Long? You should report to him right away. He's on the gate tower at the top of the hill, past the lower gates. I'm sure the captain will be just as surprised to see you as I was. Really?
Yep.
Oh. Narix, hello. How you doing? How's the con? Are you enjoying the con? Traveler shield. Oh, I'm out of I have too much. Minecart shield? I forgot. Hyrule herb shield? Opening ceremony now. Ooh, nice. Ah, but I got acorn shield now. I can just throw that away. I have an acorn shield. Pura has sent urgent orders for a lookout landing for all of us on the monster control crew. As Hyrule Castle continues to float, she's tasked us with searching the area beneath it for Princess Zelda and her protector. Be aware that the gloom has spread even more in this area. Prepare yourself before you depart, Catburn Halls. Waiting for it to start? Huh. Wait, the opening ceremony... Ah, it's already 12:44 though. I thought opening ceremony would be earlier. Then again, I'm not there, so I don't know, man. Acorn. They say to 1 p.m. Ah, okay, that's fair. Pot lit. Pot lit. Spear, claymore. Whoa, claymore. Okay, let's stick this with spear. Let long. I need another thick weapon. You know, as much as I want the bones, I don't want it. I want this. Two-handed weapon all the way. Oh, hi, I know you. Oh yeah, I need to support. Okay. This part of the map is so peaceful now. It used to be a wreck before. Like, as much as I want to make my own vehicle, I cannot steer. I need to use fan. And I'm almost out of fan. I don't think I can make... Like, I don't think I can make a vehicle of my liking currently. Let me see if I can just block like this. This is like the easy way, I think. And just add a very simple to the middle. This should do, right? Hi. What? Long. Thanks for your help earlier. I'm putting President Hudson here too. But I can't stand here forever. I got many more sites to spread around. Signs, sorry. Try letting go. What? Are you going to support him? Alright, I'll let go. That's not enough. Unforgivable. What? Oh, it's there. Okay, I know what I did wrong. I'm dumb. I'm supposed to be doing this. It's not gonna fall ever. Look at this perfect design from Kobo Engineering. Oh yeah, by the way, Kobo Engineering is back in business, baby. Kobo Engineering, your one and only trusted engineer. You only need the Kobo Engineering. You don't need anything else. Hi, Lex. Fan this. Try letting go. All good. Look at this. Wow, so good. He's standing. I'll cut it. That's brilliant. I've never thought of it. Alright, let's get him secured while he's still standing. Nice. This kobo currently still good. Yeah. Yeah. Is kobo going to remain as such for the near future? Yeah. Mm-hmm. If you help, President Hudson is now standing proudly and firmly in place. That's God damn it. It's Roxas. Fills my heart with joy to see him doing so well on its own. Take this with my thanks. Shiny. Oh my god, it's shiny. Veggie rice balls. What? You want me to have a sleepover? Excuse me? A lodging voucher for a regular stable bed. Oh, for horses? Wait, can I get horses? Wait, if I can get horses, I don't need my own vehicle. Not until I get to steer and more fan. I think once Kobo finishes Tears of the Kingdom, she will emulate the older games to play. Probably. I don't know, to be honest. I am enjoying this game, but I don't know about the older installment of this game. Maybe Breath of the Wild? Yeah. God, Breath of the Wild is probably gonna cost another 200. Oh. I can sell your Twilight Princess. You can TF into Wolf? Okay, I'm in. Okay, I'm in. Dude, TF though, my god. Hmm? Oh, guys, give me a second. You know what? Let me pause for a little bit. I have to step away for a bit. Something happened, but not big. I just have to talk to someone, that's all. Let me mute myself real quick as well. Yeah. Um, guys, I have to step away for a little bit longer. I'm sorry. There's something happening in the family. Nothing big though, but I'll be right back real quick, alright? Sorry about that. Sorry. AFK screen? I don't have an AFK screen. I could put be right back, I guess. Here, let me put it in. Sorry. Just give me. I'm probably gonna need some time for this as well. I'm sorry. I have this. Does this work?
No.
Oh my god. Okay, fine. I'm okay. I'll be right back as soon as possible. Sorry again. Okay. I'm back. Sorry. Oh. So I believe I should explain this a little bit. So the construction workers, they need some extra hands to carry the empty aquarium. And then my mom and dad is just like, calm down. We need your help. It's like, okay, okay, I'm coming down. God, that's tiring. Oh, sorry, I'm just trying to catch my breath. Oh, there's so many fart noises. Let me see what you guys are talking about. There's something we don't have here often. Construction workers asking for help. Oh yeah, It's the first time for me as well. Yeah, construction workers do that. I don't know. They somehow don't have enough people. I mean, to be fair, a little bit. The aquarium is a little heavy. Nah, it's very fucking heavy, but still, I thought they would be strong enough for that. Maybe they just needed a little extra help, I guess. The time I would have liked to be an editor so that I can change the themes to 1 point. Oh, wait, editor can do that? Oh, shit. You know what? I'm gonna make Narix the editor. It's fine. I trust. 3DS remade version. Was it good additions? I have no idea. Are you guys talking about like old Zelda installments? Wait, some asked us for a bucket once and then they just left with it. What the fuck? They left with the bucket? That's rude. Although, I don't know. I haven't seen the older ones and how they play. I'm gonna assume they are nothing like this. Probably. I don't know. Maybe. I guess. Maybe. Maybe not. I have no idea. I've not been here, right? I heard also the tales of them asking for things like hammers and then just left with it. Damn, free hammers though. On ladders? My god, it just gets worse. Combat training? Hey, yo, I am ready for combat. Look at this. I have my thick stick, spear. Sounds like jerky constructors if you ask me. Yeah. Oh shit. Uh oh. This shrines purify the ancient evil. You who have entered here heed my instructions. Oh, okay. Thick spear. Use a side hop to avoid enemy attacks. This is to create an opening that you can use to strike back. Side hop? Oh, okay. Like this? That's back. Oh! Whoa! That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's very fucking cool. Oh, now I need to do backflip? I didn't know something like this exists. Backflip? That's not backflip. Why is backflip input down back? Or like... Why do I need to input diagonal to backflip? Let's go! Damn, that's cool. If you pair with shield just the right time... Okay, I know this one. I've been doing this. I know how to parry. Help! Build up your power, then release it to unleash a charge attack. Catch your enemies in the motion and damage them. I would hope there would be outliners, but still seems very unprofessional to show up without all the tools you needed. Yeah, the thing. That's the thing. As a construction worker, you would think that they have all the tools applicable to do things. But hammer? Ladders? The basics? That's just rude, right? Unless would you backflip with? I thought I just input back and then it would just backflip, but I did side hop instead. Parry? Parry the kobold? Parry the kobold? I win. EG. Your mastery of those techniques. 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 This is how you know I'm not awake yet. Like, I'm just half awake at best. Broadsword? Ew. No broadsword, thanks. Would it just mean that you can't walk backwards at all? Techniques. But this is how I feel, right? Input back, backflip. Input side, side hop. But then because I was logging in, and then the camera is sort of like this way. Okay, let me see if I can, like, okay, camera is like this. So if I input back, wait, what the fuck? Or like, yeah, see? Now back is side hop. It's so jank. And then down back is back. It's weird. It's weird. I don't like it. I don't like it. Good kick. Good kick. Oh. Ah, camera angles. Sorry, I'm pretty bad at explaining things. Techniques, knots, legs. A zonite sword made by Zonite resonates with attached zonite devices to slightly increase its attack power. Slightly increase its attack power. God, I don't know how to speak today. Oh, so this one needs to be the base weapon. So I need to attach it with with flame emitter maybe? I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. Or not. Okay, fine. I guess not. I win. I can skip this, like, I can skip this, right? It's the same, right? Very same. Okay, I'll not skip the first one, but the rest, I'll do it. The first round of the stream will not get skipped. Unless the sequel changed it. Wait, it's the exact same as the Breath of the Wild? Wow. Also, something that's kind of unrelated, but recently I just found something that I really enjoy doing. But it is something that I cannot say on Twitch, so yeah. I know it's weird to bring this up, but I'm glad I found something that I like to do. Which is very weird to bring it up right now. But still. Just kind of want to share the happy news a little bit. You know, because the past 2 days has been a little bit weird to me. So, yeah. Secret enjoyment. It is something that I really cannot say on Twitch, so yeah. Or can I? Nah, I don't think I can. Very dangerous. I'm not gonna risk that. Whoa, was that opening there before? How could I have missed it? Hmm? What is it? We're close to the chasm here, so it's dangerous, you know? For all I know, this shrine could be dangerous too. My point is, lots of things are dangerous ever since the upheaval. Upheaval? Let's talk about shrines. Huh? You mean like the one right here? When the shrines appeared, it caused such a commotion that they landed in the newspaper. Mysterious shrines appear all over the world overnight, was smack on the front of the page, you know? So far we know they are from the Age of Legends, but did they fall from the sky or emerge from the ground? And just what are they anyway? Aside from the shrines, we also got the chasms, of course. To tell you the truth, we don't know squat about all the things that sprung up due to the upheaval. But the shrines and chasms, they could be dangerous, which would be scary, so we need to investigate them pronto. Chasm? More like chasms, you know, the creepy opening in the ground. Ever since the upheaval, they're all over. In this area, they are beneath Hyrule Castle and to the south of Lookout Landing. I heard that members from the research team that went rooting around in some and ended up in a bad way. It's best to steer clear. The people from the search party are putting in long hours at Hyrule Castle, so I intend to do the same. That was a lot of information. I did not absorb any of them. So to find what really makes you happy, because you found something. That something really makes me happy, so I'm really glad too. Granted, unique shrines can have unique dialogue, but you should be able to glance that from the first line. Okay. Agenda, what's with that stare? Ion, what's with that stare? No. Don't look at me like that. Wasn't there like another shrine that's very close by just now that I saw? Castle float, shrines appear, newspaper print that, researchers something something. That's a good summarize. I feel like my speaking ability today is just gone. Peeg! 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 I want meat! The peak's too fast! The peak's too fast! Oh, that's where mistake is. That's your mistake? Oh shit. No, mistake number 2? That's right. Peeg. Holding a kobold's demise, perhaps? Oh, how dare. I will bite you. How am I supposed to get to the yellow dot? This is the only way in. The rest is being, like, empty. Maybe I need some sort of key, I guess? Nice, too dead to make a mistake number 3. Yeah. Only 2 mistakes allowed. Ooh. Hi. What are you doing? It's hard to believe these runes just fell from the sky. I mean, they're from the Age of Legends and now they're here. It's all so strange, huh? Yeah, it sure is. But it's also a great opportunity. All of us in the Zonai survey team should count ourselves lucky. If it weren't for the upheaval, this never would have happened. Not that anyone knows what the upheaval even is. While Pura is investigating the upheaval, she certainly will provide clues about Princess Zelda. But progress isn't great, I've heard. Is the princess alright, whatever she is? These ruins here are exceptional, but really, who cares about that at a time like this? Oh, oh, don't worry, you have me. You have me, don't worry about it. The kobo is here to cheer you up. Look at this. Look at what I'm doing. I'm doing God's work right now. Or maybe not, I'm doing a dragon's work. Look at that. All good. Door. Door. What? Take? Hi? I'm trying to take something. Josha? Wait, do I know you? But I feel like I've seen you before. I'll get in big trouble if you do. I fail to see how that's my problem. Robbie? Pose? Oh, Pose! Wait, I remember this. Pose. 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 I'm starting to worry about it. No, don't worry about it, Lex. It's fine. It's okay. Great. My food me bought for breakfast has been moved to some unknown location. Huh? You mean the food delivery service just went bonkers? That's sad. And weird. And rude. Food, though, it's so important. Pose. Feet pose. I only have a few beans. I cannot just feed the paws. Nope, family moved it from where we put... Oh no, wait, what? They told you not to nab Pinky's breakfast. Don't... Foob! Don't nab! Put that away. No, you put that away. You put that away. You put that away. What the fuck? Ow. Ow. Hey man, I'm a rematch. I'm the rematch, bitch. That's right. Run it back, run it back, run it back. Wait, let me breathe, let me catch my breath. Okay, run it back, run it back. Run it back, man. Run it. Okay, all good. They actually fight back. I love this game. They actually fight back. Horse. Hi. Can I steal? Can I borrow the horse? Not steal. I didn't say steal. I think it caused quite a stir since your arrival here. Huh, people do fast, don't they? If this is your first visit, talk to that soldier in the center of our little fort. Or we hope to register a horse? Can I register a horse? We're still getting things together on that front, so I'm afraid you have to hold your horses a while longer. If you register a wild horse as your own, you can call that horse to you at the stable whenever you please. At bigger roadside stables, not only can you register horses, but you can also stay the night. We didn't have room to build something that fancy here, but I did want a place that I could take care of horses properly. Which is why Carson from Hudson Construction is planning to build us a mini stable. Once it's finished, you'll be able to register, board, and take out horses just like you would at any other stable. Who are you? I used to work at retail stable in Hebra. Had a good job taking care of horses. But the cold there kept getting colder, and business got slower. In time, we had to close. Last I heard, the place has been brought up by Lucky Clover Gazette. Just when I was feeling adrift, Pura reached out to me about managing the horses here in Lookout Landing. And before I knew it, here I was. Be sure to point out if you're going to Hebra. Hebra? Hebra? The code over there is intense. Okay, Lester, thank you. Damn, good dodge. Look at that. Look at the dodge. Do squats. 1, 2, squat. 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 Damn guy, man got thick thighs. Don't take off the guard. They might have shrines. They have shinies in the back room. Huh? That just makes me want to take them off even more because I need the shinies. I have huge need. I need them. I want them though. I want shiny. I want shinies. Oh, they're also expensive. Do you sell Zonai Fan? Let me see if I can find buy my stuff. I mean, I can sell my shiny for a lot of money, but shiny though. If I sell shiny for 110 shiny, I can keep one. You know, I can keep one, and I get 110 shiny. No, that's good enough. You can have one. You can have one. There, I'll share. All right, I'll share. Here you go. I'll share for a little bit. It pains me, but I'll share a little bit. It hurts my soul. I can sell my friend. Oh god. Friend. RT truffle. Oh, truffle is a mushroom. Not much I can sell, to be honest. Whoa, this thing sells for so much? Ooh, live cheap. This one is 7 hearts. Hey, you want this meat? You can have this meat. Give me shiny. Shiny. I feel like for real my kobold instinct is actually kicking in. Like it's not even a joke anymore. That's fine. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. Anything else you need? Nah, I'm good. I kinda want to buy this garb. Because I'm sort of a little bit naked here. Just a little naked. You know, I want this. Nice choice. It's 130 rupees, okay? Sure. I hate you. Ooh. Hey, that doesn't look too bad. Like, I feel like I fight with Kobold a little bit too much. like I really behave like a Kobold sometimes without me knowing. Maybe I am a Kobold. I'll stop. Get shiny, get shiny, get shiny, get shiny. It's good though. Being a kobold is great though. Otherkin? Otherkin? Hi, what is this? Oh. Sorry? I feel bad now. What's Otherkin? Friend! Oh my god, it's so fast! Oh, horse. Sorry, that's a wrong pun. Is that it? claymore with sword? Claymore with arm? That kind of works. And then this one, Zonite sword. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Let me try get. Can I? I'm gonna try it. And one emitter. Wait, I have to remove the flame emitter first. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why is this a thing? Yeah. Oh my god. This is the best game ever. Holy shit. I can cook on the spot. It's just a goddamn pot. Oh my god. I am swinging the pot. I think it's when you feel something inside. And feel like something else inside. Kobo in your case. Oh, that's otherkin? If I understand it correctly, it would be comparable to feeling non-binary but species. Oh,
Can you cook what the pot is swinging?
how would I be able to test this out? Maybe like portable pot hammer, portable pot hammer. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Let me see if I can throw materials inside. I don't know if I'm Arlekin. Ooh, what if I cook bomb though? No, I cannot cook. It doesn't let me cook, I'm sad. Is it gonna kill me if I drop the bomb like this? I mean, it's just dropping the bomb, I'm not throwing up the bomb, right? Yeah, see? It's all good. Oh! Sorry? Fun non-beanie fun time. So, I'm NB as well? Huh. Is that why I see a lot of non-binaries folks out there as well? I mean, definitely good for them. Hell yeah. Definitely 200% good for them. Non-binary, cool. You know what, I want spear as the supporting weapon. Sure. Long. The range of this thing. Can I identify myself as non-binary? I don't know. But I'm already trans, so... Run! Don't run! Oh, thank god. The range of this thing is so short, though. Horse! Horse! Come here! Horse! Don't run! Oh my god, it's too fast. Okay, fine. I think being part of a group raises awareness of that group existing as well. Sounds possible. It's not mutually exclusive, can be both. I mean, I'm non-beanie and trans. So it is possible to be both. Aren't you currently identifying as both? Did I? I didn't know. Well, hell yeah, I can. If I can be both, I love that. You know, I love that. Hell yeah. Well, guess I'm coming out the sequel. I came out the sequel. The prequel being I'm trans. Oh, sick. Oh, sick. Guess I'm both now. I can't help but feel proud about it as well. But let's not be too obvious in here. Well, in here it's fine, but not in Malaysia, yeah? Thank you guys. Hi, McLarge. How you doing? You're the beautiful one. Fire! Oh my god, what the fuck? Whoa, what exploded? What just happened? Oh, what exploded? Something exploded and killed me. I got killed by a choo-choo? Hey, this is my first Zelda game. Impossible? No, it's not impossible. Oh my god, I'm back here. I hate this game now. No. Play with fire, get fired. Dang, went up a bang. There's a huge... It's not really a huge bang. I mean, the bomb flower is much bigger of a bang. I think I should talk to you again. Hey. Register a horse. Who are you? Lester. Alright. Was it the red jelly? The jelly explodes? I think I have some. We can test it out now, since I have no idea. How intricate is this game? It's insane! I love it though. I don't have red jelly. I lied. Sorry. Oh wait, I do. Is it this thing? It will explode in the ball of... Oh my god, it will explode in the ball of flame. Well, there you go. There you go. Whee! Oh wait, if I... Oh. Rocket Min Roar. Hi. How you doing? I think I can try this, right? Red choo-choo. Here. Hey, don't worry about it. Hey, I'm not aiming at you. Am I? Does it look like I'm aiming at you though? Does it? You better not lie. I am not aiming at you. Alright? Am I aiming at you? Why are you scared? I'm not aiming at you. Oh! Okay, yeah, it explodes. Okay, good to know. I can fuck around so much in this game. I absolutely love it.
Why you bully me?
Okay, this time I'm actually bullying someone. Good. Oh, is there a shrine? Maybe. I forgot to buy clove. I sold a ruby and I bought a cloth. That's what I did. Hey.
Oi! Oh! Ah!
Here, I'm gonna be extremely generous and give you one of my shiny so that I don't hate you.
Ah!
And then you can have the meat. That's what I did. That's what I did before I died.
Ah! Oh!
And I'm gonna buy this.
Ah!
Ah! It pains me, but it will have to do. The existence of a bigger boom doesn't turn the smaller boom into a small boom by definition, only by association. Harry Potter? Hey, Harry Potter? Isn't Harry Potter like the very big thing? Oh, is it a TV show or a series? I don't know. Or a movie maybe? I never watched any Harry Potter, so I have no idea. I mean, over here in Malaysia, we only have Upin and Ipin. It's like, yeah, Upin, Ipin. It's like, god damn it, man, shut the fuck up. I hate Upin and Ipin. Anime? Hey, yo. Yes? Huh. So it's everything? Damn, that's a big deal. Come here. That is right. Don't you mess with a kobold. It is a book, a game, and a movie. Oh my god, that's huge. Okay, and then I did some fuckery here as well. Let's see. I took out a portable pod, and I still want to take out a portable pod. Because I have a Zonai sword here, and I need to fuse it with the portable pod. Now we have a good weapon. I have a Traveler Claymore, and I think I fuse it with this hand. Although I did the flame emitter as well, this time I'm not gonna add it. Oh wait, I added the flame emitter on the wooden stick. This is too short. Like, too short. Yeah, I'm still gonna do the same dumbass thing. I love this game. There's so many stupid things that you can clown. It's wee. Also a Lego set. What the fuck? It's everything. It's truly everything. It's insane. I mean, in Malaysia, I don't know if it's very big in Malaysia. Maybe it is, but I just don't look at it, I guess. To be fair, when I was a child, I don't really look at TV a lot. I usually just play MapleStory most of my time. When I was a kid, anyway. Even as a kid, I am goddamn addicted to video games. Oh. Oh, it's baked because I burned it. This game is insane. Also, Spaceballs the lunchbox, Spaceballs the comic, Spaceballs the flamethrower. Spaceballs. I'm seeing two. I'm sure you guys see that as well. The thing. What do you call that? Shrines. I'm gonna go to the shrine. Watch this. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna run like the wind. If a tree wakes up here, I'm dead. I don't have an axe. I don't have an axe. Oh wait, I've been here. Because of this. What baller cobalt engineering can I do with this? Oh, I know. Here, let's make the most of this. Let's go. This is gonna be a baller. The cobalt, is going insane. Uh-oh. The kobo is going insano mode. Look at this. Going sicko mode. I have fire. Oh, that's true. Fire is good. Salad is good breakfast. Ooh. Salad does sounds like a good breakfast. You're right. No, no, wait. You're not. Not yet. Not yet. There, perfect. It's not done yet. It's not done yet. This is where it goes even more sicko mode. Look at this. This is gonna be the vehicle. It's gonna be the most perfect, wonderful, beautiful. Oh, sorry, that's wrong. The most mind-blowing vehicle you ever seen in your entire life. Look at this. Have you ever thought of this? I bet not. Shit, can I put it right? Give me a second. You know, it's cobalt engineering. You know, it takes some time. Don't worry about it. You know what? This will not do. I require perfection. And perfection I require. That is absolutely perfect. No, no, no. It's like every session of Tears of the Kingdom, I'm just gonna do something baller. You know, baller. Very pog, as one would say. This is gonna be the vehicle. Cobalt engineering trademark. You're right. Very important thing. This is intricate work right here. Just like that, we're almost done. We got the H-Mobile. Do we have more wheels? Actually I'm thinking of something else. Let me if I can. They'll be yipping about this one for generations. I know, right? Yeah, I'm out of wheels. I need more wheels. Can I detach your wheels? Fine. Well, I mean, this looks too good. This looks too normal. I need. You know what? It's not normal. God, I need all the wooden poles possible. You know what? You know what? What Cobalt likes? Boxes. Boxes. Do they like boxes? Can't say for every Cobalt out there, but maybe they do. I want to do like a little. Can you? Oh, Lonk, please. No. No, this is not. You know what? This is not. I need something that is tall. I need something that's big. I need something that represents what a dragon looks like. You know what? We need it tall. And I want it big. Why am I getting all the pies? Oh. Look, you like the Cobalt Visionary, you require more shiny. Oh, you're right. I do require more shiny. They're bugs. Thanks, Pinky. Here, I have some. I have a few shiny to spare. There, let's play with this. Can I actually do this though? Oh my god. I can actually do this? Insane. Alright. Shiny it is. Attach it in the middle. Perfect. Because I would say big. Oh yeah, I did mention big. I mean, dragons are big, aren't they? I think that's shiny enough. There, bugs. Lonk. Lonk. Might as well, right? This is only one entity, so it's free. Alright, I know it's lacking some support. Don't worry. In Cobalt Engineering, such a thing would not fly, alright? I at Cobalt Engineering takes this very seriously. Oh shit, I cannot put...
Waken. Ooh. Yeah, I'm back. Sorry about that. I forgot to open up voice meter. All good. I'm back. I'm back. Oh, shoot, what the fuck? Sorry. Is this bad? I'm bringing in the pot. I can assume this is bad? Question mark? Is this bad? You know what? I don't know if it's bad, but I am very curious to see. Hi, Lex. I wonder if this is actually gonna happen. Is lightning actually gonna strike me down? No way that's gonna happen, right? There. I gonna assume that's bad? I don't think that's good. I think I'm gonna get lightning struck. Am I actually gonna get lightning struck? No way, there's too much in this game. Can I survive it though? I can survive it, right? Oh my god, it's actually real. Oh shit. Nah, I think I can survive this, it's fine. Oh, I need a fan. You know, I'm not gonna risk it. I'm bringing out my thick stick. I need... let's take 2. This is perfection manifest. Absolute perfection manifest. Alright, Kobo Mobile, go! Where?
Where? Potato party on Moon Day? Oi! What the fuck? I'm gonna go to that one. Perfect 10 out of 10, I know, right? Now I'm thinking of Moon Day being a celebration for Sailor Moon. I used to watch Sailor Moon, it's pretty good. With my sister, I was like, hey, let's watch Sailor Moon. And then in during SNES for the SNES games, I did play like Sailor Moon R and Sailor Moon the game, the Bishoujo or something. It's pretty good. I mean, at first I kind of hated it, but the more my sister brought me in, the more I liked the game and the series in general. Woo! Don't you dare, I have fire. I have fire. Don't you even dare. That's right. Go back. Go to your room. Go back. Go to your room. Think about what you've done. Alright? Go to your room. That's right. Stay there. Don't even think about touching me. Are you? Oh! Oh! Oh god! Thanks. Huh, this game is full of surprises, huh? How can you not love this game? Okay, there's so many ways to clown that's not all. It's too good. There was Sailor Moon game. In the SNES console, there's a bunch of Sailor Moon games out there. Multiple ones, in fact. There was even a fighting game. Dang old trees, why you bully kobold? It's okay. The dragon heard my plea and strike it down. My plea has been heard. I found another stick. I want stick. I like stick. Get out. I want stick. This is what I want. Stick. Praise Dragon. Alright, to the shrine we go. Let me just climb. Where? This is truly the Kobo Mobile. Oh, that's so good. That is how a Kobo ride this vehicle. Just climb on the pole. Oh my god, I can imagine like multiple kobolds riding on this mobile, just like multiple kobolds hanging on the pole. That is actually so fucking adorable, by the way. Oh my god, I need to commission an art of this. In the future, I need to keep this in mind. I'm sorry, that's just so adorable. Oh! Prime meat cooked over an open flame. The outside is perfectly browned, while the inside is mouth-wateringly juicy. Juicy. I like juice. Oh, we're close to the shrine. Can I get into this one?
Kobo Express at your service.
Kobo Express. Just like when this vehicle passes by and then you just see Kobo hanging on. It's so cute. I can't. Bad bye. Alright, have good sleep, Rocket. Thanks for hanging around. You know, something like this. Here is one of the demonstrations. This is kobo number 1. Oh shit. Alright, I know how to pin things. I know how to pin things. Wait, is that the shrine I've been to? Huh. Then I'll go to this well. It's here. It's in front of me a little bit, so I assume it's here. Oh, wow, that's a lot further than I thought. There. Now I know where the Kobo Express is. Am I gonna die going in? Oh! Yeah. Oh, God! Oh! No one told me this is a horror game. Oh! Get killed! Like stone. Wells in the Legend of Zelda game has been harmless in safe places ever since. Is it safe though? Especially a tree. I don't trust you. I don't. This is not safe. This is not safe. I almost got eaten by something. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do it the easy way. And by easy, I think I have a bunch of fire fruits, right? Yeah, see? Then if I burn you... Whoop. Can you not? Oh! I'll do it again. Yeet. Time to spin. Oh! Oh! That feels good. Oh yeah, let me... There. Just what I need. Woo! I'm the best kobold. Spin good. Life good. Whoa, what is that? Fish? Fish, 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 fish. Fish, fish. Fish, fish. Oh my god, fish. Fish. Oh, shiny fish. At this point, I'm not even acting anymore. Like, at first, I was acting a little bit, but now I just really like shiny. Like, something about shiny tickles me, right? Yeah. That sounds wrong. Maybe I should not be saying it that way. Something about shiny just makes me happy, alright? Sushi, Is that fish for glowing food? Can I glow? Oh yeah, also chest. Nice. What? That is strong. Okay, I have to throw this one out. But it is very important to keep this going. Too important, in fact. Acorn shield, baby! Very important. You know what? I can abandon the acorn shield. I can abandon some shield else. I do need the minecart shield. It's okay. We can drop this one. There, acorn shield. Me always forget what the number of the shield does. Isn't it like the number of damage it can block? Question mark. I always thought of it that way, but I might be wrong. Or actually, scratch that. I must be terribly wrong. I have no idea. Then me looks it up, goes, ah, that was it. Logical. Then he forgets again. Is that? Oh my god. Friend. Oh, that's so cute though. Oh my god, look at this little... Oh my god, friend. Can I catch it now? Can I get this friend? This might be a little scary, but I don't know if it's possible. Oh, of course not. Huh? Friend? Why would you drown yourself? Well, it's a sad time for the friend. It's so wide. Framed. Gonna love framed. That's a big difference. Oh my god, there's so many of them. I love them. These two are friends. Oh my god. Look at them. I believe this is the one that I can break with. Yeah. Friend! Oh, I got friend! Sticky lizard? Oh, you know what? They are actually sticky. Come here. Friend! No! The shield number means it takes less durability damage compared to the enemy's weapon damage value. Also staggers more on parry. Whoa, then the soldier's shield is at 16? I mean, on a 2 shield, it already staggers for that much. And here is 16, it's gonna stagger for 10 years. I'm excited. More friend. How do I scare them a little bit? Oh, take! Ah! I didn't take the friend. They are too fast. Need to climb fast. Also, how do I get back up? Where's the hole? Oh, what? There's no way I can climb up there. I mean, unless... Sorry, that was the wrong button. No. Oh, God. How was the opening ceremony? Is it good? Did it went well? Is everything like A-okay? Are you having fun? Is this tall enough? Oh, you're gonna climb it. Oh my god. Really? The Storm Drake delivered a safety talk that is essentially almost identical to the SAA conducting brief. I mean, they take it very seriously, I guess. He's security for context, yeah. I mean, safety has always been like a big deal in convention spaces. And his NS was Popo. God, can you not fall off? But the way he delivered the talk was very SFA style. A little too serious, I guess, is what you meant. I mean, it is a convention after all. But still. Oh, not serious? Oh, okay. There's no way I can get up. I need to touch that way so that I can get up. Maybe runes help? Room? What room? It's like talking about safety, a bit on SG laws for the foreigners. Oh. Oh yeah, foreigners. Typical SFA style talk on heat exhaustion. Just the way it was delivered. I mean, yeah, I get it. They are all very important. Oh god, I'm gonna be stuck here for a while. I cannot climb the chest. That's a problem. Oh, wait. Does this work? Oh my god, I hate it. Okay, you know what? That's... I'm stupid. Oh, I hate it. Oh god. Okay, let's remove this. So I've been to that shrine. What else can I do? I mean, asking what else can I do is the stupidest thing I can ever do in this game, but still. Sometimes I do feel a little lost. Only sometimes though. Yeet the chest down and reverse it. I see a chest. I don't need it. Oh. I've been here as well. Susuyai Shrine. Jioshin. So let's head south then. Oh my god, I can't. Oh, okay. North is here. The minimap is a little confusing to me. It's probably gonna take a while for me to get used to. Okay, north and then south. South is this way. I got this. Don't even worry about it. Okay, this is south. Oh god. It's a wild one. Oh! A fruit that contains pressurized water. Cooking it brings out its ability to enhance swim speed, and when it... swim speed? Kobo can swim. Oh my god, this is a shrine so far away. Now I'm heading south because here I kind of want to see what this part has to offer. You know what? Why play it safe when I can just... No, come back! Oh, oh. My vehicle, not like this. Okay, all good, all good. The vehicle actually hurts me. It hurts. It hurts so bad. Right. Uh. No, come back. Wait. No, not like this. Balance. Oh my god, you got the balance. Alright. Might need some working space for this. Perfect. This is what I'm talking about. Oh, too much? Not enough power? God. You suck! You suck! More wheels though. Maybe some updates in order. Was that shiny from the sky? Was that shiny from the sky? Whoa. What is that? I'm not seeing shiny from the sky though. What? Maybe I need more wheels for the foothold. You know, something like I add the wheels here. Who needs wooden board for foothold when you have wheels? That's wrong. Perfect. Look at that. This is as stable as it gets. Right, let's follow this route. Looks like a drone. He kinda does. That's a good travel distance. I really wish I can have steering. Or maybe I should make a drone. Like a real drone. How would I be able to do that? Oh, oh, wait, whoa. Cobalt Engineering has an idea. Oh my god. Alright, let's go here. Let's try to modify something. I have one wing. I need one wing for this, I think. So this can probably be attached to something? And plus a fan to give it power to fly. So if I were to attach... Okay, let's do some experiment. Let's keep it very simple, since I need to experiment with something. Let's get a square. A square is always a good base. I'll need to take one out. That is a lot bigger than I thought. Okay, and then I have two fans here. If I attach this, like, here, and then do... I don't know. I don't think this is gonna work though. I don't understand physics. Oh, wait, maybe like this, you know, attach it with the fan. So when they activate... Right? No? Is it too heavy? Okay, how about... No base, just... raw. I just want to see if it can fly. It's doing something. Feels like it needs more fire. Feels like it needs more... Needs more fan? How do I get more fan? I'm almost out of fan. Hi, Brian. Hi, Brian. How you doing? Welcome to Cobalt Engineering, where I'm gonna test up something. I love building stuff like this. I love messing around with stuff like this. Oh! Oh shit! Huh. But then I don't need this because this one doesn't even activate. Right? Oh, have good sleep, legs. Hi, Bracky. Burb. Then I don't need this. I don't need... This is not even activating. Here, let me make a most safest. God, have I mentioned how much I love doing this? Have I mentioned it before? If not, yes, I love doing stuff like this. Just clown around, see what kind of shit I can make. It's so good. Nintendo really went and made Gmod. Gmod. This is the Nintendo Gmod. Gmod is great. I love the hide and seek. What is it called? Prop hunt. I'm sure this is gonna be fine, right? Like, in no possible way can I see this goes wrong. Like, I don't see it at all. Or maybe I just need some foothold. What? Whoa! This is my ideal vehicle. Yo, that is sick. Oh my god. Alright, well, since it cannot really fly, but it's super fast. Let's have fun with this. I might have to abandon the formal kobo vehicle. Oh shit, wait. Will I really get lightning strike though? I don't believe I will. But then again, there has to be a reason why this thing is what? I am mega curious right now. Like mega curious. This is gonna kill me. But I'm so curious. I'm gonna save my curiosity. Okay, well, alright. Alright. Okay, I see. Alright. Thanks, game. I now believe that I will actually get lightning strike. Thank you, game. Okay. I'm sorry, game. I will never doubt you ever again. I am so sorry. Did you play Breath of the Wild before this? Nah. Oh shit, fuck. No, my vehicle. Oh yeah, every time they load a new save or something, it just unloads, it just remove the vehicle. Oh, time to use feet. I really don't want to use feet, no. That looks a little wrong. Not sure this will rotate. Oh, they will, trust me. The boop. I need a boop emote. Ah. Okay. I got my baller. My baller of a heckin' vehicle. It is absolutely perfect. Now I just need 2 fan. It's gonna work, trust me. Like, this is gonna be a perfection. Brought to you by the one and only Cobalt Engineering. It's gonna work. Wait, no, you guys heard nothing. Satisfaction guaranteed. Oh fuck, oh shit. No, why are you doing that? Nah, it works. Quad unicycle. Okay, if I want to go this way, look at this. It's gonna work, trust me. Stand up. And okay. Okay, maybe not, you know. I just need something. You know what? I know what's missing. I know what's missing. I just need a center pole. Like you might say to me right now, like, hey, Tylra, why don't you just use a heckin', you know, use a normal square board? To that I say blasphemy. You use a heckin' square board to make a vehicle? Nay, I say. Nay. We only use pole, wheels, and fans. And look at this perfection right here. Ah, fuck! Oh, I know what's missing. What about wheel on the center pillar? Like a trike? Like a trike? Okay, wait. I know what's missing. I think this is gonna work actually. Like who needs wheels at the front? That is weakness manifest. Go! Okay, fine. Or maybe... Yeah, I actually built... I actually built a brake. Hope you're having the best day ever. Honestly, I am, Bracky. Thank you. And I hope you are too. PP? Only your brain thinks that it's a PP, Roxas. Little shit. Hi, Roxas. Oh! Watch this. This is gonna blow your mind. It's a rock star. This is gonna blow your mind by how it's gonna work. Let's go. Test number 3. How did it work? It works just now, did it? 2 breaks. Oh, you know what? Ideas. Ideas coming in. I feel like every time I play this game, I'm just here fucking around with whatever I have. And it's like the game should have taken like about 6 or 7 sessions to complete it. And then here I am doing this. Does that work? That actually looks good, but I don't know if that's gonna work. I just love crafting stuff like this. I don't know why it's fun. It is absolutely amazing. I love doing this. There. It's gonna work. Look at that. Ooh. Where? Sorry. Oh, fuck. No, wait. Okay, now we don't get shocked. Because physics? True. How can I defy physics? Make a catapult? I mean, isn't this sort of a catapult of sorts if I stand here? Will I get catapulted away? Didn't really work. This is how break... Oh shit, the tree's gone. But why? Maybe this works? I think now it's just too heavy. Can you throw stuff upwards while holding item with fuse? Holding them with fuse? Throw things upwards? Like... I can try using my controller. This is as fast as it gets. No, I don't think you can. It just drops down. No more gyro yeeting? Yeah. Is that a thing in Breath of the Wild? Oh, you know what? I know what's wrong. Physics. This is what I'm gonna do. This is perfect. Trust. This is gonna work perfectly fine. Trust. Huh. That looks a little weird. I want to make the smallest vehicle possible. But the smallest thing is the pole. I should just make it simple. I have 4 wheels, a pole. A 4 wheels, a pole, 2 fan. You know what? I got it. As much as I want to make a janky as fuck thing, I'm afraid I have to keep it simple. Kobo engineering doesn't have enough resources right now. Unless someone can donate some resources to Kobo engineering, that would be great. This is basically what I did just now. Very. You know what? That works. Not even gonna. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. I have nothing to donate to cobalt engineering except for your body, but this is going to science. Is cobalt engineering also science? What could be more science than this? Good point. I'm officially donating my body to cobalt engineering. Cobalt engineering appreciates any donation of any kind. I'll be arriving in a medium large package with 10 to 14 days. God, I'm a little surprised that someone would donate a body of one's own to cobalt engineering. You know what? I appreciate you lots. It's good. I'll make sure that it would go to good good contribution. I wasn't using it. Oh wait, do we need to sing our the Church of Yip anthem that we created last night? I forgot how to type it though. Found something you finally understand. That's not true. What? What's not true? Oh, I've not Tyra understands Street Fighter and Monster Hunter. There it is.
Yippee.
There it is. Perfect. The national the Church of Yip, the Church of Yip anthem. Why? Why though? Sorry? It's whales. Oh my god. On Discord? Oh, okay. I'm being pet while getting ragdolled. I love it. Not sure if Tira understands physics though. I know physics. I know exactly how they work. It's very simple. I know how it works. Look at this. Perfection. Look. Oh my god, it's a vehicle. It works. This is actually working very well. Holy shit. What the fuck? No, no battery. It's okay. We move on. Look at that. This feels so good, by the way. Oh. Oh. Got him. How does it steer? I don't know. There's nothing I can steer with. I'm gonna go to that shrine over there, see that? I wish I can have steering, that would be so good. Oh, we found more things. Time to upgrade. Why is there no whales? Okay, I'm skipping this one then. Go! Yeah! Ooh. Oh, hey. Oh yeah, I should check the Discord, I forgot. I already forgot what someone told me minutes ago. Whoa! Whoa! Dragon! I don't have arrows. Oh! Well, I cannot fight you then. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die one more hit. This thing stops like a motorcycle. Okay, let me check this Discord real quick. Poly Bridge? Oh, is that a bridge building game? Oh, I want to play it! Why is it a Facebook link, you little shit? Rock says, why do you send me a Facebook link? Oh my god, my PC's dying. All good, all good. Oh, I've seen this one, yeah. I'll show it to you guys afterwards. I've seen this one. Like Kishi's stuff is amazing. Whoa. I need a bow. Oh. Whoa. I haven't heard that sound effect in a long time. Oh. I'm the best. Arrokuda Wing. A large Arrokuda Wing. Arrows and drones weapon fly further with this item attached, even in a slight wind. Whoa. Wait, does it mean that I can... Time for upgrades. Alright. Try one for good measure. Oh shit. Hey, would this make my vehicle fly? I don't know. Never try, never know. Maybe you just need one more for good measure. Please don't try this. I'm just being stupid. But what if this works though? Like, what if this actually works? You know, I always love to entertain the idea of what ifs. That looks sick. That looks actually good. Can it fly? Not really, I would say. Oh. No, come back! Oh, boing boing. Oh. Why is there no wheels anywhere? Guys, I found the best thing ever. Oh, this is where it is. You know what? I should always check back here for the... Let's... Damn... Love. Because of this. Alright. Time for upgrade. What if E Honda was Brazil? What if Guil was Russian? I don't know. It goes to where the head is facing, right? There's 4 of them here. He's not very good at the what if stuff. Same. Don't worry about it.
Oh say can you see, by the dragon's delight, what so proudly we flailed, at the treasures bright gleaming, whose long horns and bright scales, through the perils and flights, over the gold hoards we watched, were so gallantly streaming? And the monsters would stare, viewers wanting to share, gave proof through the night, that kobolds were not rare. Oh say does that great kobold Tylra in her cave, stream the games that bring her glee, and for us, what we crave.
Sorry, my brain is still processing what does those mean. I might have to read this again. But I'm not good with... is this poem? Is this poem? Uh-oh. I am terrible with poems. Oh god. I'm gonna get exposed. Wait, long. Of course, Spot chose that message. It's fine. But Spot cool. Oh, say, can you see by the dragon's D-butt? D-butt. I wish I could see the dragon's D-butt. You know what? Same. God, how I wish. I mean, as a kobo, you know, that desire is huge. Why am I even saying at this point? the more, the more. You know what? I'm not even gonna complain anymore. You know, this is good. This is great content. It's good. But the dragon D-butt though. Oh! Oh my god, that hurts like a bitch! Holy shit! Oh my god, that hurt! Okay, we might need some balance. Balance with... what? That works. Mmm. Damn, actually perfect. This is the best. Oh, we need some foothold. Yeah, definitely gonna need some foothold. Let's add some to it. I want to check out Poly Bridge as well. Feels like it's a game that I'm gonna enjoy a lot. That's not right. There. We got foothold. This is perfect. I wonder how fast this is gonna go. Oh, it's okay. Wait. Chill. I saw for a split second that was so fast. Oh, you know what? I have an even better idea. Okay, let's have an update. Poly Bridge, yeah. I mean, I didn't know anything about Poly Bridge until Pinky sent it to the suggestions channel. This is gonna be... Wait, no, that's gonna be redundant. What am I doing? You know what? No, that was actually perfect. Let's keep it that way. Can you not? Oh, shit! Okay. Whoa. I am trying to build things here. Excuse you. Rude. Oh my god. Thanks. What the fuck? How are you here? Can you lend me a bowl? Oh, who is making you flying here? What the hell? What is even happening? What the fuck? Not my vehicle! Who is throwing things? My vehicle is gone again. Oh my fuck, I hate this game. Come here. For the goddamn vengeance. I only see pain and suffering from you guys. You guys will die. Come here. Oh! I'm sorry. Wait a minute. You wanna fight? Let me get my thick stick. Alright, that's right. You're gonna get it now, bitch. What the fuck? Oh, am I getting shot? I might be. Yeah, I'm getting shot. Woo! That's a new attack. Alright, let's heal. Let's eat this meat. Ah. I'm dead. I lied. Which one was it broken? This one. I'm gonna get your ass. Can I do this? Oh, I thought I can. Can you guys like chill? Ooh. Damn, that's sick. That is good. Oh wait, can I try something? This might kill me. Oh, it doesn't explode? I mean, this is close to being a ranged weapon, right? No! Oh, it doesn't explode. Ow! Yeah, what the fuck? Oh wait, why is my D-pad stop working? Oh, there it is. It's explosive though. It's supposed to explode when I touch them. Be right back. Okay. Take your time, Brian. That just scared me. Who's shooting at me? I think I saw you. Hi. Yee! Woo! That is right. Oh hey, I got some bow. I got one bow. Seriously? One bow? I thought there's gonna be more. Oh, maybe they got blown away. You know, the bomb. Oh, nice. I'm gonna travel by foot for now. Oh wait, why am I doing that? Isn't it like yeah, see, there's some. Okay. Like, as much as I want to do some jank shit, you know, I still want to. Let's do it. Never stop dreaming. Although this time we're gonna do it simple. It's jank but simple. It is perfect. Yeah, this is good enough. You know, let's actually try to progress through the game. Ooh. Ooh. Can you stand still? Lonk? Lonk? Oh, hi. Oh, this is good. Oh, it doesn't even... It can stay in place? Oh, this is even more perfect. Okay, where should I go? So many possibilities. I think... Weren't they talking about some sort of chasm? Or the upheaval? Here, right? So I should probably go here. Yeah, so it's north, right? North, north, right? Around here. Okay. Let's go to Lookout Landing. Let's go. Where? What the... Just a wild one. It's a very wild one. Hi, Hypnomancy. Okay, I'll give it some support. This is gonna break cobalt engineering regulations. It's okay. There, alright. Okay, I'm using wooden board now. Alright. It looks good, but I'm not proud about it. You know what? This is even better. Let's go. Go! I have a bad feeling about this. Huh, it's not as bad. Okay. Cool, don't worry about it. Here, let me support you. Oh wait, they're sleeping. Wake up! Wake up! It's spin o'clock! Good morning! God, do I absolutely adore this game. It's insanely fun. Oh! Traveler's Spear Claymore is heavily damaged. This weapon is almost gone. Well. Oh! Oh, it attaches it that way. That's kinda cool. Alright, we're going to the lookout landing. I cannot pin here. What do you mean? What am I doing? That's not it. It should be this way. Go! Don't walk them up too hard. Oh, do I love this? Oh, that's very far. Okay. Let's change a little bit of direction. Around here. Or maybe even a little bit more. This is great. Why are you steering? Why are you steering that way? Oh, good steering. Wait, isn't that the town? That's not the upheaval. I'm gonna cry. This is just a town. Where's the upheaval? I remember there's like a traveler who got hurt. Horse. 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 They shouldn't be too far away from the town. Is that it? Stop, stop, stop. We found our destination. Go. Oh, hi. It's spin o'clock. Oh, fuck, it's not. Ah, shit. It's okay, I have a little spin. Boom. Boom. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, thank God. Okay. You know, actually. Nice. Oh yeah, one of my weapons got broken, huh? I know an arm. Throw it. Throw it. Nida, hi. Konnichiwa? I don't know how to greet properly. I'm sorry. Hope you're doing good though. Oh, it is this one. Let's go, my trusty steed. Okay, maybe not that close. Yes, konnichiwa. Yeah. Can I buy something from you?
Ooh.
My bestie's got 4 legs and a pretty mane. Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Swift carrot. Hylian tomato. I mean, milk's good. Thanks for the miracle. Oh, I cannot give you that much shiny. I'm a kobold.
Ooh.
There. I got milk. Yeah, this thing. Do I just jump down? Hi. Hey buddy, what's the big idea? You can't just walk up behind someone who's standing on the edge of a chasm. For one thing, a nasty accident like that will surely halt the research here.
Yep.
Chasm investigation is super important right now for the Zonai survey team. Even if one researcher had to stop Joshua, who's hard at work on plans over at Lookout Landing, would cry. Not okay. Would cry. Today I say, I don't see any problem. I fail to see that's my problem, you know? Chasm investigation?
Oh.
You know, the giant holes that showed up after the upheaval. There it is, the upheaval. There's a lot of them just like this one all over the world. You can't see the bottom, they are so deep, so filled with mystery. We must continue our research for the sake of our dear Joshua. Who's Joshua?
Oh.
See the tower, huh? That's where you find our base of operations and incidentally, Joshua. Okay. Also, don't start me again. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? I'm very busy with my investigation, no matter how much I prefer to be in bed right now. Oh shit. Oh, do you want bees? Get him! Get him! That's right. They will teach you to talk shit, huh? Okay, so I think I'm just gonna jump down, question mark? Hey, never try, never know. I'm just gonna jump down. It feels like this is progress. It feels like it's something that I should do. And it feels like I should just jump down. And it feels like it should be fine. No time like the present. Wee! I'm dead. I'm so fucking dead. Goodbye world. What the fuck is going on? Huh? Oh, okay. That would teach me to do damn shit like this, huh? How am I supposed to get down? I mean, they do not teach me how to get down. Although there's some sort of a strange contraption here. That one. It looks like a hot air balloon. Sue the... Sue the chasm. Do I just... I love how I have 3 of the same weapon. No? Or do I just go in? Oh, maybe he needs fire. Not enough fire? I mean, this is probably gonna kill me, but I'm just gonna try to see if this works. Bomb flower. Okay, yeah, that didn't work. How the fuck am I supposed to activate this thing? Don't tell me. Oh my god, I love this game so much. Oh, wait, I have the flame emitter bat. How about this? Fire? Fire spin? Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Fire, 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 fire. Ow, 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 fire. Maybe my progression is not here. I'm gonna try to get a horse. Since my vehicle is already gone. I wonder if I can just sneak behind. Is something flying over me? Oh. Just birds, okay. Alright, horses, you're mine. This is like I'm playing Skyrim. You don't see me. You don't know where I am. I might be behind you, but that's a lie. I'm never behind you. Is this actually working? Please do not move. What did I do? Don't... No! Come back! Don't go! Okay, okay. Save a chance, save a chance. Do not look this way. Mount? Oh, oh! Sooth? I'm just gonna Sooth. It doesn't stop. Sorry? I have a... That's it? I have a horse? This is the best game ever. This is the best game ever. Reset camera. Okay. Oh, so the horse is like tank controls. Oh my god, I hate it so much. Why is it tank controls? Okay, fine, fine. You know what? I'm not gonna complain too much. All good. Is this your maximum speed? I'm pushing upwards. I am pushing my stick upwards as much as I can. Is this as fast as you can go? Do you need soothing? You're the best horse. You're the best horse. Oh, sorry. Do you hate me now? Too much soothing? Nice putt, by the way. Oh, there's a go button. Sorry, I'm blocking it. Whoa. This is cool. Where do I go? I don't know. Wait, I'm not moving. Horse, don't... I don't know where you're trying to bring... Oh, horse? I don't know where you're trying to bring me, but... Can you chill? Horse! Okay, actually, let's check the map first. Obviously I cannot go in here because the door is locked here and every single place is like blocked off. Let's go to the right and see what I can find there. Me remembers them resisting more. What in? Was that not a lot? Let's see. North. Okay, right. Horse, stop, please. Can I go faster? Ooh, horse is fast. Chill, chill. Damn, horse is fast. Get the bird. Oh, what is that? Whoa. If I go down with the horse, just say bye-bye. I mean, I don't want that. But there's enemies there. That's a good jump. How do I call my horse again? You know, maybe I should... Oh my god. Okay. Hi, you wanna fight? Spin! It's spin o'clock, baby. Woohoo! Why is everything on fire? Oh my god. It's spin o'clock. Let's go. Bam! Why am I dying? Why am I dying? Oh, they only have wooden stick. Nice. See, that's my weapon. Okay, watch this. Guys, watch this. I am playing Skyrim. Then this is the best shot you're gonna see in the entire game. This is gonna be the best shot in the whole wide world. It actually fucking worked. Hey yo, let's go. Combat next to dying. Okay, not fair, fair. It does, it totally does. That did a lot of damage though. That was one shot. That went a lot better than I thought. Yeah, there's no pot here. Oh, the horse now waits for me. Oh my god, this is the best game ever. Can I befriend more horses? Is it possible? I'm gonna cook a bit. Apple, meat? Spring onion? I don't know. Oh. Energizing steam meat? Nice. Horsey. Oh, can I cook the glowy fish? Hmm. Okay, fish, acorn, milk, nut. um, apple? That is gonna be the best dish ever. Oh, that works. Glow? I can glow. Illuminating your immediate surroundings, a simple dish made by cooking chunks of fresh fish on a skewer. I can actually glow? You can be glow stick. I can be glow stick? Oh my god. These don't add too much though. Like this one adds 5. Try not to cook too much, like materials, because I only have 4 hard containers. See, this is perfect. It doesn't fully heal, but it heals enough. Look at that. Nice. Will the horse get speed up as well? North. Wait. I'm trying to go this way. Go. Speed. Horse is fast. Just snap spine to illuminate. That's hardcore. Oh, there's a big enemy. What? Wait a fucking minute. Don't even try me, you little shit. They can ride on horses. You deserve the bonk, you little shit. You deserve the bonk. There. Oh wait, there's one more. Is there a new camp? No, that's not. Putting a car on a horse doesn't make it faster either. But you never know. It might be able to make it faster. Maybe one more time? Whoa, that's fast. Maybe I try. No, don't you try. I don't see shrines. I don't see. Can I attack here? Oh! Time to go. Whoa, good jump. That is wonderful. Help? Do not even try. Don't even think about hurting my horse. No shit. There's two of them. That doesn't work now, does it? Maybe just use the sword? Yeah, that works. Oh, that's how I get the sturdy thick stick. They just go back into a tree. I saw you. Spin! That is right. Horse need to become faster actually seems slow. It's getting hindrance. Let's throw this claymore. Get the stick. Fuse the claymore. Perfect. Is there a way to call on Horsey? Or is that just me trying to like find my horse every time? Whistle? Can you whistle? I mean, this is the screenshot. This is pause. And then things. Throw. This is throw, which I don't want. This is arrow. Block. I mean, L3 is crouch, R3 is this. Oh, D-pad? Shield. Oh. Oh. My horse? I'm whistling. So it's D-pad down. Hi, Rogue. Come here, horse. Horse, I require assistance. Horse. 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 Horse, come on, horse. I require assistance. It's not your horse yet? Huh? But the horse now waits for me though. The horse's pants on? You're right. I wish I had pants that look like that, not gonna lie. You could try to find some polka dot design, I guess. It's not bad. Polka dot design? That's a good pants, by the way. Ooh. Go, horse! I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going somewhere. Oh, so when the horse is thrashing around, I have to soothe it. Okay. Oh, another cam. Whoa. Whoa. Alright, guys, look at this. I'm a sniper. I'm not even gonna snipe the big guy. I'm gonna snipe the small guy. Look at this. Shoot! I am the best. That didn't count. That did not count. You know, how about this guy? I can't. Why is this so hard? Oh, is it too far? I mean, probably. Shoot! You don't see me? I feel like they're actually kind of clever, no? Is that a is that a mushroom weapon? Oh! What the what? Oh, it's like everything just explodes randomly when I'm fighting against something. No, don't take. Oh my god, the weapon size just doubled. Oh! Oh, why now of all times? We punish. Oh my god, I'm dead. Oh. They suck. No, they don't. They are too good. Fuck. Alright, all good. That was easy. Now I have my shtick. I never tried this, but can I? I sure can. For what reason, I do not know. Why would I attach a bow? Whoa, thick stick. Whoa! A spear for throwing with a decayed tip. Lost its sharpness but kept the balance perfect for throwing, enabling you to throw it very far. Oh. Hi? Don't attack here. Thank you. That's right. Can I make it explode like this? This is for sure gonna explode, right? Yeah. Oh, oops, everything is gone. Boom. Toasty sky shroom? Oh, an acorn cooked with direct heat. Its nutty aroma has been amplified. Cool. Has anyone seen my horse? That must be the one. Oh, I should cook. Let's cook. I just want something that can heal because I feel like I die too much. This game's hard, man. You know, I've been talking shit about this game. It's like, man, this game's piss easy. But no. Oh, look at that. You know what? I don't dare to talk shit anymore. This game is not piss easy. This game is damn hard. I'm sorry to ever talk shit to you. Nice. Ah, there it is. Rock salt? Rock salt? Rock salt plus meat? Oh, this is gonna be terrible. Oh! Salt grilled meat? Show the ingredients, just rub some meat in salt and cook it for a simple, tasty dish. I'm so good. I'm a cooker. Breath of the Wild had one of the few challenges me just didn't bother to do. Is it like too hard or like it's too... Is the challenge itself too hard or trying to get there is too like tedious? Because I remember with like hard challenges, one of them just being like getting to that point is always tedious and I hate that shit. Now, if I can try the challenge over and over again, that's good. You know, that's good enough. Horse. Horse. Horse, where do we go? I'm just gonna randomly roam around, it's fine. Have I been in that shrine? Oh, it doesn't look like I've been there. Can I take things when I'm on a horse? Really? I have to get down? Okay, for sure that shrine is new. One more? Whoa. It was hard, but my problem was more the one part just screw you over if you didn't instantly know what to do. Oh, knowledge check, huh? Was a room full of agile, tanky, HP regen enemies surrounded by wall. What? The horse doesn't want to come. Fine. I'm just gonna do this shrine then. I think for now I'm just gonna do as much shrine as possible. Building with logs? Hey yo. This log is too beautiful. Like, this log looks too good. I've done this multiple times, game. Oh. Tend to destroy a puzzle. I'll try to destroy the puzzle. Gonna get all the logs I can get. It will roll down, right? Yeah, it would definitely roll down. What if I make it a V? And then not L, V. See? V good. Cannot swim. I think this shrine is pretty much just a tutorial at this point. Like, there's no way that people can get stuck at this. And I'm terrible at the puzzles. Now we can do B again. You can never doubt kobo engineering. Oh yeah, I need some support. Be the support. I don't wanna. It is perfect. Look, if I just throw this in, it's gonna work. Look at this. Oh. Oh, is it too heavy there? You know what, don't mind me talking shit about this puzzle. You know, I suck. Oh? Did that just work? Hey, let's go. Game easy. And the game wants me to build another raft? Alright. Oh, that's not what I want. Okay, see if it actually stays in the water. Almost works. Alright. Let me see what kind of baller design can I came out with. This is kobo engineering anyway. We don't do normal things. We do abnormal. We create abnormal vehicles. Raft? More like radical. Radical raft. Oh my god. You know, I think let's add some support here. Sorry? Radical. Perfect. Also, another thing about kobo engineering is that we don't waste resources. Oh my god, that's actually fucking perfect. Why are you moving forward? Help, I cannot get up. Huh. I wonder if this is gonna work. Oh. Space! It's the space! You got trounced by a hot dino? Hot dino? Hot dino though. Is there a hot dino in Street Fighter 6? I mean, I know there's hot dino in King of Fighters 15. Hi, space. Oh my god, how was Street Fighter 6? Did you punch anyone? Or did you kick anyone to death? Oh, let me do this real quick. Sorry, I'm just like trying to create the most best raft. A dino friend hopped in and called. Hopped in, called and wrecked me. Oh, Lunar, isn't it? I know Luna plays Guilty Gear Strive. So yeah. That's probably who. Indeed, Can we go wrong? I know Luna plays funny games. Kinda. Suddenly got punched in every right way. Hey yo. Hi, a broken demo disc. Also, hi, Galeroni. Hi. Sorry if I butcher your name. Appreciate the raid again. Hi again, Space. Also, hi everyone. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I especially love fighting games. And I do art occasionally. Yeah. So welcome in. And now I'm just trying to create the raft. Here, this is what I have so far. DJ? Oh, DJ is cool. I've seen DJ Super. DJ's level 2, I think. DJ's level 2 is super cool. Like, I'm sure this is gonna work, right?
Hello and welcome.
Boot. A broken demo this high. Thanks for the follow. Oh, I got raided again. Oh my god. Birch.gov. I recognize this name. Hello. What were you playing? Welcome in. Oh, did it not work? Oh, Streamlabs being janky. Hi. I promise I registered my bird citizenship. Please don't arrest me. Oh, you were playing Tears of the Kingdom as well? Nice. How was it? Did you create any cool vehicles? Tira, sorry, but I need to go to bed. It's okay. Please take care of yourself. It's okay. If you need sleep, go for it. Sleep important. Alright, take care of yourself. Especially after stream. Alright, appreciate the raid again, Space. The good bean, Space. Oh, I almost... Sorry, I just keep forgetting to do things. There, look at that. Good? Did you do anything crazy? Did all the story quests though? I'm kind of stuck. I don't know what to do. I'm just sort of roaming around. And now I'm just creating a boat to go through a shrine. You beautiful... Oh my god, Budspot. Hey, yo. You beautiful bean. You too space. You the best bean. Haha. Ha ha ha. 90% of the fun in this game. Okay. No, that's good. That's good. Since I'm still pretty new to this game, so yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm like at quite the start of the game still. So don't worry about spoilers. Look at my boat. Welcome to Cobalt Engineering. This is satisfaction guaranteed. You can never get something like this any other way. This is absolute perfection. Go. Where? It actually fucking works? I cannot fucking believe it. Yeah. I got the best boat. Let's go. Uh-oh. Boat, please. You're going the wrong way. Oh god. Can you come back? Wait, no. Oh, you know, actually, keep going. I didn't know there's a chest there. Oh, sorry. I forgot to introduce myself again. Oops. So, welcome in raiders from birds.gov. Hope you are doing good. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobold. Play games. Especially love finding games. I do art occasionally. 3D art. So, yeah. Spiky shield? Nah. the perfect, the perfect raft boat thing. Where? This is perfection manifest. Hmm. Perfect landing? My god. Meetings me will have barely done any bridges for this. More like momentum shenanigans. Yeah, I want to fly something. And I would love to be able to steer my vehicles. Hopefully someday I'll get it. I mean, a giant bridge for the shrine. If it works, if it works. I like making janky vehicles. Oh yeah, I can skip this. Hi Merp. Still rolling, I see. How's the rolling kobo doing? I don't know why I'm hungry. But why though? I ate a lot this morning. That's weird. Hmm. Is my horse still here? Nope. 6 ads? Oh. Sorry, Merp. I have the 55 revenue share on. So that's gonna be quite a bit of an ad. You didn't register a horse? But how do I register the horse? Oh, nope. Sorry. Sorry if I ever doubted you, my good horse. I will apologize to you profusely. Kobo hungry for gold? Mm-hmm. Always. Sorry to raid and then immediately leave. I have homework that I need to do. Enjoy the game stream. It's okay, Bird. It's okay. If there's anything you need to do, go do it. Very important. Alright? I appreciate the raid. Thank you. And I'll definitely enjoy the stream as well. Like, this game got me hooked. Very hooked. So yeah, good luck with homework, birds.gov. I'm gonna call you birds. New place, new place. Stable! Oh my god, stable! Hi. The recipe? You can call me birds, most people do. Alright. Good luck with homework again. Ads over, Kobo keep rolling. Sorry about that, Merp. I have the again, I have the 55% revenue share on, so it's probably gonna be a lot of ads. I think it plays 3 minutes per hour, I think. Yeah, it's quite a lot, I'm sorry. But I appreciate you going through the ads still. There's a group of gourmets who frequent our stable, and they always teach me new recipes to cook. And the recipe for our next mission is a dish devised by Princess Zelda herself. I'm so excited I can't even sit still. Zelda? 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 You mean a dish that Zelda made? Huh? And not for me? Shit. Don't apologize to the Twitch thing, not your fault. Yeah, Twitch has been enforcing a lot of ad thing, isn't it? Oh! I don't appreciate that. Like, Twitch just wants to push as much ads as possible. It's insane. Do I register my horse here? Hi. Tylra is more subscribable if possible. We come to my stable. We deal in all things horse related. We also double as an inn? It seems you're not a member. What? I need to be a member? Our stable uses a stable association membership system.
Meow meow storage.
Meow meow storage. So you'll need to register if you want to use it. May I ask your name? Lonk. Alright, Mr. Lonk there. You're all signed up. Now, would you like me to tell you about the stable system? Tell me. Then allow me to explain. You can board your horse companions with us, and then summon them as you please from our network of stables. You may have come across wild horses during your travels. I have one right outside. If you catch one and ride it here to register it, it will become your horse companion. There's a limit to how many horses you can board, but you are able to swap them in and out as you please. Once again, welcome to our stable. Would you like to lodge with us? A regular bed would cost you 50. A Malanya bed would be 50? What's a Malanya bed? If you sleep in the Malanya bed, not only will you wake up more energized, Malanya, the horse gourd, may also share a mystical message. Mystical message? The horse gourd, huh? This makes it a very popular choice among our lodges. But we don't offer such luxury to just anyone. Only customers with at least 7 pony points can use Malanya beds. Now then, once again, regular bed. So I cannot use the Malanya. Why would you even ask me then, stupid? Wait, what am I thinking? I completely forgot how to explain how pony point works. Pony points? That's right, it's a reward system you can use as stables. In short, every time you use the service, you get points. No matter what stable you go to, you can get points for lodging there, registering a horse, stuff like that. Now then, as this is your first use of Riverside Stable, you get a pony point. Yay! Have pony points. Save up points to earn a wagon load of wonderful rewards for you and your horse companions. How do I register? You can trade your pony points for prizes at the ledger counter over there. Check out the ledger for price details, member rules, and other information. Alright, thanks, Amber. Receive reward. What can I get? Ah, yes, I'll be right with you. You like to get your pony point reward, right? If you sell just 2 more points, you receive a towing harness. Very useful item. You can use it to hook up your horse to various things. Oh, my sister is playing Game Boy. We appreciate your patronage. Praise the horse gourd. Just please don't do it with sacrifices. First, need horse. Second, get sidetracked for hours. Too real. Dog. 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 Oh my god, I cannot pet the dog. I'm serious. I'm fucking serious. I cannot pet the dog. God, it's so adorable though. Look at this. Look at this dog. Not a brain cell working. Not a single brain cell is working. Look at this dog. Oh my god. Look at you. Look at the face. Can we not pet you? Oh. Can I not pet you? Oh my god, this game sucks. This is the worst game ever I played. This game just went from 10 out of 10 to 1 out of 10. I cannot pet the dog. Are you serious? Oh my god, I am upset. I am crying tears of sadness. My day has been thoroughly ruined. Maybe I need to ride the horse there. Go, horse. Hey, I have a horse. I have a horse. Oh, we go to one number 9. Okay. I'm okay. Why is that so fucking loud? Oh wait, you stood there. Do I talk to you here? Hi. I would like to register my horse with polka dot pants.
Oh.
Lonk, welcome to our stable. If you catch a wild horse and bring it here, you can register it. Please visit the inside counter if you want to lodge with us. Now, how can I help you? Register horse.
Oh.
Understood. Your horse will be in good hands. Strength, speed, stamina, pull, gentle temperament. Look at this baby. Yes. Normally, when you register a horse, we charge 20 rupees. God damn, really? We got a special promotion going on right now, so you can register your first free... Okay, thank God. Horse for free.
Oh.
Since you're registering a new horse, we'll add 1 point to your pony points. Thanks. Yay. Well then, I'll move on to the registration process. First, please enter a name for... Oh no. God, I need to name... Meow meow. Meow meow. Horse MK1? Horse Mono Combat 1? Wait, how did I not think of this? The speed and carrot? No, you are shiny. This is what a kobold would name things. Anything is shiny. If it's good to cook, if it's good to the kobold, it's shiny. Am I right or am I right? I caught shiny. You are the best shiny. I should have to name this horse shiny. Oh my god! Can't wait to stay with the full shiny too. Don't call me out like that. Yes. Name registered. You want to take it with you and board or board it? What is board? See, Merp gets it. Yeah, shiny. Oh, board is putting it here, I guess? I'm gonna take the horse.
Oh.
That concludes the registration process. By saving up your pony points, you can get exclusive perks. For instance, you can change your horse's gear, its saddle, and so forth, or restyle its mane. Speaking of which, do you know about whistling? If you get separated from your horse, you can whistle and it will come running. Oh, thanks game, it would be so nice if you told me about 1 hour earlier. But your horse isn't magic, it can hear you if you're too far away, so do keep that in mind.
Oh.
What? The horse is not magic? I hate this game. Hi. Oh, it's coming! Whoa, the horse is coming! Whoa, look at you! Nice saddle! But I don't do anything before. I don't... Nah, I don't know. That's a shrine. Alright, you and me, horsey, we're gonna go get the shrine. Rocks. Come back, horse. I'm gonna try something. Horse, come back. I just want to try something. Horse, don't go. fine. Oh! Whoa, this is cool. I guess I cannot attach anything to my horse, huh? Tomato? Fish? Staminoka base. Soup ladle? A kitchen implement often used for serving delicious soups. It was carved from the wood or a sturdy tree, and it actually packs quite a wallop. Dude, have you got hit by a ladle? Shit hurts, man. Oh, it's a well. I can get in again. Hi. So really, I'll protect you. Something something Wood's legendary sword. Legendary sword? Legendary sword? Dude, this NPC is OP. Actually unfazed. Can I fuse host the weapon? Yeah. It doesn't want to. You know, I want to try something. What if I add wheel to it? What's gonna happen? It's a wheel bat. So it's just become a bat. How about the big board? Guster? Oh! Oh, it removes my spin though. And that's terrible. It removes my spin. Lumber? I mean, this is as basic as it gets, right? Yeah. Oh, what if I add a torch? There's a torch here, right? Oh, alright. Where's my D-pad not working? Nah. And then if I burn it, look at that. It would have been great to wield a horse spear while riding a horse. I wish. I want to jump into this well. What? Where did that guy go? So I get my thoughts. If I get my thoughts, what I know is this. The legendary sword is more than fable and far closer to fact. Can it truly defeat any monster? Does it truly exist in Hyrule? Yes and yes. And it's highly likely to be found in the something something woods. Huh? Tell me, how long have you been there? You didn't happen to overhear what I was saying, did you? I couldn't hear a thing. A legendary sword? Well, you heard. I thought as much, but I have nothing to fear. I stand confident that only the chosen one can wield the legendary sword that defeats any monster. The chosen one isn't an eavesdropper. He's an Eve that is perfectly fine with being dropped in on me. I mean, Let me share this openly. Some days ago, I bid farewell to my dear wife, Sorelia, to set out from Lakeside Stable. I find myself now at the stable, but the something woods that I think is still far away. So, forgive me if I have no more time for eavesdroppers. I have to find the legendary sword to protect my dear wife. Legendary sword? Do you not hear me? My fault entirely. The legendary sword is meant for a chosen one, like me. You gotta love when someone is so... The self-esteem is at all-time high, I guess. I imagine that Sorella is all alone, waiting for my return. I must find the legendary sword and return to her as soon as I can. Oh, isn't there someone called, there's a syndrome. Protagonist syndrome. It's not really a disease, I think? I heard anyway that people suffer from protagonist syndrome just thinks that they are too important for anything. Oh, although I have to admit, I believe I suffer from protagonist syndrome when I was a kid. Go! 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 Chicken. Why is everything red? Why is the music so jank? Why is everything red? The fuck is going on? Oh shit, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Run from this place. Oh, what the fuck is going on? Oh, wait, I recognize this. Oh, yeah, they respawn. I forgot. Shit. Well, then. Huh. I should be safe here. Yeah, I should be safe here. It's fine. Alright, time to continue through the journey. What? Was the dog just spinning in place? Dog. 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 Oh my god, it's a happy boy! It's a happy boy! I love this game so much. Oh yeah, horse. I didn't know you can whistle cancel. Whistle cancel? Let's go. Sorry, I played too much fighting games.
Hello. And welcome.
Big Sis Kit Kat? Hey.
Emotional damage!
I didn't do anything. Big Sis Kit Kat, hi. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate how you doing.
Emotional damage!
I think it's been called whistle sprinting by the community. What? Is that actually a thing?
Why you bullying me?
I'm not bullying anyone.
Why you bullying me?
I am not bullying anyone.
Why you bullying me?
Uh-oh.
Why you bully me?
Mm-hmm. I'm surprised they never fixed it from Breath of the Wild. What does resource sprinting do? Alright, where's your friend? Why? That's so far away. Oh. 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 This is the best game ever. I know how to bring you there. Give me a moment. It's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a... Please stop rolling back. It's gonna take 10 years if I do this. Okay, fine. You basically have infinite stamina for the purpose of sprinting? Only downside is that it's slightly slower than sprint. Oof. So how do I even... I need so many hands. How do you... I don't know how. Is there a technique to it? I mean, having infinite stamina is pretty good. You thought you asked because you did... Did I do it? My stamina is still going down. Combat training, throwing. Okay. Heed your instruction. Uh-huh. Steady your aim. Throw the weapon at the enemy. Why would I want to do that? Your other attacks are ineffective here. Okay, fine. Fuck you? It just broke my weapon! What do you mean by cancel? Animation cancel. You know, like special cancel? A normal into special, that's cancel. And then you can whistle to like halfway and then you can just like cancel it. I have no weapons to throw. Okay, you asked for this shit. Eat shit! Oh wait. My thick stick! I wasted it. My thick stick though. Oh. Nice. I wonder if Rusty Halberd. I think the Rusty Halberd is gonna be. It's gonna have like terrible durability. Long. Whoa. It resonates with attached zonal devices to slightly increase the attack power. What if? Oh boy. Like, what if? A zonai on zonai? A zonai on zonai though? Maybe. Fish breath? I will drink. Thank you. I will drink. Also, welcome in. How you doing? I guess my only issue with this game is just I really wish they can save my creation. Like, if I get to choose one creation to save, like just choose once, just choose one creation to save, not all of them. Like, I miss my crab dragon vehicle. I miss them. Is that? Oh. I found a hidden cave. I'm the best. Alright, got my pot. Bonk. Ooh. Whistling Hill Cave? Whistling Hill? Hey. You can cancel whistle? The horse is going crazy. Oh. Do not. Even. I should try using spear. Like, I never really tried using spear before. I mean, I did, but not very frequently. Spear seems really strong. It has fast attack, fast reach. I found friend. Oh, they're gone. Hi. Friend.
I think for the horse, it sounds kinda like this. Tie, tile, tile, t, etc.
It's like tight. That sounds familiar. What is that noise? Oh. I'm cheating. Electric keys eyeball. Imbued with electric power useful in making elixirs. Attach an arrow grand and homing quality. Shock everything around it when stimulated. Oh shit. Oh. Oh my god, new shiny! This is best game. I got a new shiny. Nice. I mean, that doesn't look good, does it? Is that bone pile or is that just bone bokoblins? That's what they're called, right? Bokoblins? I'm gonna die. Oh boy. I just want the shiny. I just want this. Oh hey. The mo. Oh my god! What the fuck? Woohoo! Come here. No, I'm supposed to get all of these. I bonked them too hard. This is a really huge cave. All right. Oh, what the fuck? I can't help but think that I get scared way too easily. No? Go, 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 go. No? Rock, oh, bonk. Probably, right? There it is. Oh my god, I'm gonna vomit. Oh. You wanna do that again? You wanna do that again? Poke it! Oh yeah. Oh, spear's good. Enables quicker charge attacks. Yo. That is really fast. More shield? I have a Hyrule Herb shield. I have a minecart shield. Soldier shield. Where's the acorn? An acorn shield. Let me try this. I can fuse shield with shield. I sure can. Shield with shield. Is the arrow spinning DPS over? Nah, I still like spinning a lot. Nothing beats a good old spinning. I take this one because it says it charges quickly. They were not lying when they say it charges quickly. That is fast. That is way too fast. Oh, maybe I should make a comparison. This is how it charges normally. It's so... oh my god, it's such a huge difference. What? That looks different. Ooh. Okay. It's always cool. It's cool. I missed it. Oh, I cannot. Woohoo! That feels good. Gonna show recording. Oh, that's good. What is that? Shock fruit? Need to do the shopping? Okay. Good luck shopping. Because I personally don't really like going to shop. Going shopping. Not my thing. I don't like it. A stomach stone exposed to high voltage inside the body of a shock-like. It maintains some charge even outside the creature. Cook it with a critter to make an elixir. Okay. No, it's back. Ankle. Uncle. Did you say uncle? Oh, this was almost broken. Oh, Tankle. Tankle. Okay, good luck. Please don't break. 2 hit at least. Thank you. That's not good, right? It really needs the hammer prompt, so... Is there a chest? I didn't see the chest, I'm gonna cry. Oh. I have to drop the Hyrule Herb Shield, I'm sorry. I mean, Hyrule Herb Shield is cool, alright. Fine. God, I cannot emphasize how much how much fun this game is. It's insane. Ru I like it. Whoa. I think this is the end of the cave. Looks like it. Oh, I thought that's gonna kill me. Probably not a good idea to just jump down like that, huh? Oh. Maybe I don't want this. It's rusty. I think rusty weapons gets destroyed a little too quickly, I think. I mean, it sure feels that way. I'm gonna climb slowly. I don't think I have enough stamina to just go up if I jump. I could jump once. Okay, it's definitely enough. It's like a little attention to detail that just fascinates me so much. Like that little detail on the animation is actually brilliant. Oh, hi! Are you gonna hate me if I kill you? Oops. It's supposed to be the head. Huh. I don't know if it's good or bad, because it gives me a gem. See, it gives me a gem. And I like gems. You know I like gems. And I want the gems. But I have to kill the seemingly, well, it's been proven innocent, I think. I don't know, man. That little monster right there. I mean, I'm happy to get gems, but I'm not happy to kill that thing. It's a bit of a conundrum, I guess. Horse. 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 I need meat. Meat. I can't. Oh, they're just fans lying here? What is that? Oh. What is this? Whoa. Whoa. Huh. This is a new thing. Hi. Free arm. Oh my god, the arm breaks so easily. But then the arm is like 20 damage? I want to try out this card. Oh. Wow, that is fast. Oh, that is fast. I might have to abandon horse. I can abandon horse just for this. I mean, I love building vehicles like this. It's just the gripe I mentioned just now. You know, like when I die, the vehicle just gone. It's like, why? You know, like what's the point of me making vehicles if everything I make just gone afterwards? It's like, huh. I don't like that. Guess I'll use horse. Oh, you're the same one, right? I mean, I have a mine card. I cannot bring Korok with me while I'm on the horse. I don't think I can anyway. Fine, let's get the mine card. I mean, it's the easiest way possible, you know? How tall can I make it? Alright, where's the Korok? I have a surprise, look at that. Oh shit. Oh, I mean, I can just make it longer like this, right? Alright, just a second, Korok. There's one more lumber. Alright. One more lumber coming up. It's probably gonna be balanced. Right? Then let me put you here. Wonderful. Nothing can harm you now. Oh my god. Alright, that's the green smoke. I'm going in. Oh, crap. Right, don't worry, we have more lumber here. If the thing keeps falling that way, then if I add this, add more weight here, just stick it on Korok, it's fine. Oh, it's still still falling that way, huh? Alright, it seems that we need to fix this balancing issues. No big deal. Look at this. Cobalt engineering is back online. Your satisfaction guaranteed. Okay, it still falls that way. I mean, it's not. It still falls that way. Let me see. Yeah, if I can make it fall. If I can make it not fall that way, is to add counterweight. Just stick on the Korok, it's fine. Just stick on the Korok. I mean, although why add counterweight? When I can just prevent them from falling in any way possible. Look at that. Okay, you know what? I know what to do. Something to prevent them from falling. And also, in code engineering, only lumbers are allowed to be used. I can use lumber, no other things allowed. So if I add this, it's not gonna fall the other way, right? Like, the thing is, it literally cannot fall. Shit. Can you not? Oh yeah, that's perfect. Okay. Now this, my friend, is gonna work 100%. It is not even gonna fall. Where's the smoke? I don't know where the smoke is anymore. No, God. No way. Now you fall backwards, you little shit. Alright, time for some alterations. More lumber? Okay, I have 2 more. This is easy fix. Look at this. Just add, yeah, see? Just add more lumber. Put it down gently. The perfect... It cannot be more perfect than this. Oh, wait, it can. You know what? It can. It totally can. Let it fall, it's fine. I know how to fix this. Oh, crap. This is why I'm kind of excited to play Poly Bridge, to be honest. Maybe I should buy it. Maybe I should buy Poly Bridge so that I can do janky shit like this. I heard that Poly Bridge allows you to just make things. Like, you're building a bridge, but you're given like absolute freedom on how you want the bridge to be. It's like, oh my god. Holy mama, that's everything I ever wanted. Perfection. Okay, just one more lumber, just one more lumber. You know, I'm just trying to let the Korok to have, you know, to enjoy the scenery. There it is. It is basically a balancing machine. It is impeccable. I don't think this is gonna work. Oh, come on. Your wheels is too small. Your wheels is too small. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. I hate it here. Or is it gonna fall? No? What if I change up strat? Like change the strategy a little bit. It should add some counterbalance to it. Oh my god, it actually works. Where? Oh, it's a wild one, it's a wild one. Oh god. It's fine. This is like the best vehicle you ever seen in your entire life. It is basically the most balanced vehicle, the most stable. Why are you facing? What? Why are you turning? Oh my god. Why you be turning though? Maybe I need to fix it here. There. I'm trying to connect it perfectly in the middle, like this. Maybe this helps with balancing issues, I guess. No, not like this. There we go, perfect. What the hell was that? Did something just fall off? No, it's still falling off. I hate it. I love how it spins so slowly. Oh. Let's save here. I saw enemy. Are they all in black color? Does that mean they're stronger? Maybe? I don't know, let's try it. they do seem stronger. Do they? Oh, we're the big ones. He just falls down flat. Yeah. Alright, going in. What? Hi? What happened? Oh god. Bokoblin guts? Rare material obtained by defeating a Bokoblin. Convulses on its own every now and then, which is really creepy, but perhaps it has a use. Maybe? Blue Bokoblin horn. What the fuck? That hurts. Alright, alright. They can mean business. I have to go up quick. Oh, hi. What are you doing? Oh, I'm running away, man. Oh, what the fuck? Do you just throw? Oh my god, what the hell is wrong with you? Alright. Okay. You like throwing things, I think? There we go. It feels like they're really good at aiming. So they are the stronger Bokoblins. I win. Whoa! That's a really strong bow. Hello? No wonder I hit so much. Can I have another one of those bows? Like, I kinda want it. Nice. No, I thought there's gonna be 3 of them, but maybe not. It's fine. Oh, you know what? Doing all of these kind of reminds me. Since this is like very chill, I mean, I'm just like, don't know what I'm doing, I'm just playing this game. But also at the same time, since I'm kind of close to, how much? 1,000 followers. Holy shit. I cannot believe it. But I was thinking about what to do. I do have a few ideas in my mind currently. One of them being like the incentives. Like I was thinking of offering like a little shitty doodle of mine for every like subs and shit. But it's like still like debating whether if I want to do it or not. Since like, what if people gifted sub, like gifted sub to some random people and then they cannot give me the settings or the character they want me to draw or something? Although I have to say though, I'm not much of a drawer, so this one is still very debatable if I want to do it or not. I am by all means not a drawer. I don't draw as good, although I do 3D artists, and I do 3D sculptures. It's like 3D sculpture and 2D art is so different, to be honest. And both are hard in their own way, but I'm more experienced. Yeah, I'm more experienced in doing 3D art. Although I remember me doing it at one point. I held a raffle for people to join. Back then, I think it was, I believe it was at 500 followers special. I was like, oh, if I reach the sub goal of how much? 20, I think. a sub goal of 20 and then I'm gonna hold a raffle. And people did it. It's crazy.
Aye.
And then I did a 3D model for a friend of mine, which I kind of butchered it. Although to be fair, that one particular model was kind of like, I was still learning how to make models back then, so that was not really good. I feel kind of bad looking at it now.
Ah.
Which is why I don't know if I want to make a raffle to do another 3D model for someone. I don't know if it's a good idea. I'm scared. I'm scared if I mess up someone else's character again. Kakariko village to the east? Going there to investigate, but a traveler type like you might want to check it out. See the sights, that sort of thing. Alright, thanks. Oh, there, okay. Please don't lightning strike me. I got it once, I don't want to do it again. It was painful. Was looking a while. My human got a new gaming chair, was too stupid to assemble it. I helped him. Aww. Such a nice kobold. Nice kobold helping. We love to see it. Oh god, this is terrible. This is such a wild vehicle. A new gaming chair though, hell yeah. Speaking of, I'm probably gonna get a new chair of my own. Not a gaming chair, they're too expensive. Hey, I brought your friend. Don't ask what your friend is. Oh, you know what? Here, let me show you your friend. It was too far. It was too high up. It didn't even register. Alright. Now get off my vehicle. Hey, look at that. Perfect. Where's the lumber? Wasn't this supposed to be 4 lumbers? It's a vehicle? It might be a vehicle. So what is that? Something's flying. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die to that. What the fuck? Okay. Hi. You are flying? Are you bad? Where's the cannons? Can I add cannons? I mean, I can add flame emitter, but it's gonna use too much Zonai energy. I haven't upgraded my Zonai battery even once. Okay, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. Teleportation? Hi. Get out. Don't even try it. Oh, oh my god! Thank you, Lightning Dragon. You're the best. What is this? Ruby sword. Ruby sword? I kind of want it. Like, I want it. Thank you, Lightning Dragon. That's bad, right? The dragon heard my plea and decided to strike down my opponent. Haha. Cultural Mark handled this one. Cultural Mark handled this one. Yeah, true. They heard my plea for help. It's like bullying a kobold. Let me strike you down. Don't you even try. Like, oh, bam. Please get me. Oh, it's very stable. It's very stable. It's suddenly very stable, question mark? I mean, probably because there's only 2 numbers now. Smite. Harass my kobold, you shall get lightning striked. That's how I imagine. That's kinda cool though. Is that one? Wait, they're holding some. Huh? Hi. Oh, hi. Spin! Ah, shit. Oh, hey, you want... you want B? Get them, bees! Get them! Oh. Oh, shit, what the fuck? I'm gonna cheat. You have a spear? Mine's longer, idiot. Okay, who's shooting at me? What the fuck? That hurts. Hi, Luke. Oh, hi, Luke. Could throw my cast lightning bolt at 9th level. Yeah. That's what they get. That's what they get for bullying a kobold. Kobold's just trying to have fun. Oh, my bow broke. I want the head, I want the head. Fuck! Oh shit, there's another one. I have to heal. Is there another one that's shooting at me? Yep. Get down. Oh. Sturdy long stick? I win. Ooh. 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 Oh my god. Excuse all of you. Thanks? Okay, I need to deal with you in peace. Do it again, I dare you. Do it again. You lied? Ow! How do you play this game? I'll spin. Bang. What the fuck? What is wrong with this game? You can do anything. Bong. I'm sorry. Good gods, man, you can do anything in this game. Oh my god. I mean, I know thick stick plus thick stick's pretty good, but if a thick stick plus a long stick, that is god tier. They don't even stand a chance. How long can the stick be? Quite long. Quite long. If I can find another spear-like weapon, a spear, halberd, just a long weapon in general, I could stick it to this. Is it just me or does this place looks very scary? Mine. It feels like this place is like very high leveled. I mean, I just kinda started playing this game. Oh, there it is. This works. Long. This might as well be a heckin'... This might as well be a bow. Look at the range of this shit. Oh, hi Barnaby. Go to bed? I kinda want to. But no. I want to create more vehicles. Have I done that? Sure. Here's the sky. Yeah. Have I done that shrine? Is that the shrine? God, I can't tell. Also, hope you're doing good, Barnaby. Oh. No, I think that's a new shrine. Can you not? Okay, I have an idea. Come here, hen. Gonna add some counterbalance. Here at Kobo Engineering, satisfaction guaranteed. Oh, that is absolutely perfect. Alright. No, why? It's supposed to be perfect. More weight? I think there's one more hand here. I mean, I could add rocks. Oh wait, that's not a rock. I thought you're not a rock, okay. Whoa. Well, I mean, this works. Always appreciate an extra shiny. Like, I'm sure this is good enough. Look at that. But now... It just breaks. Oh, wait, the wheels are not even touching the ground. Crap. Alright, let's upgrade. And by upgrade, I mean... Don't worry about it. Perfection. Hello, can you not? I am busy. Cobalt Engineering is doing its work, and then you're just trying to disrupt my work. Get the fuck out. All right, thanks. All right, where was I? Oh, I mean that works. All right, go. Why are you steering to the left? Is it because I'm at the left? Not enough power? I have no more fan. I mean, I have a fan, but I don't have much more devices. Look at that. Fine. As much as this pains me. It will have to do. This hurts me. Oh my god, hi. Oh, hi, Narix. Check a Discord when you're free. Oh, okay. Can. What? Oh shit. I am just trying to make a damn vehicle. Okay. I don't want to make a basic bitch vehicle. Fine, let's have more fun after this run. I mean, I did create a bunch of radical, wow, 666, liu, vehicles? Multiple ones, but I just keep dying to the lightning strike. Well, didn't keep dying. I died multiple times. And every time I died, the vehicle was just gone. That's why I hate it. It's the only nitpick if I want to choose. It's just the only problem I have with this game. It doesn't save the vehicles that we built. Why am I naked? This shrine imprisons and purifies this ancient evil. And it just make me naked. Outside equipment is forbidden beyond this point. Oh, wow, okay, wow, okay, wow, okay. Proving grounds beginner. Okay. What do I get? Shield, bow, stick, arrows. The basics? Let's play some Skyrim. I have how much? 10 arrows? You don't know where I am. Boom. Ah, fuck. You wanna do it again? You wanna do it again? That's different. You wanna do it again? Fuck! Hello? One shot? You're saying this is beginner? And I got lied to. Oh, wait, I'm naked. Yeah, you know, that's probably why. This is not beginner, you stupid. Shit hurts. Shit. Yeah, go look there. Actually kind of pog. Fuck. Sorry, StreamerBot, asshole. I forgot StreamerBot does that. Woohoo! Oh my god! I didn't die. Let's go, easy. Okay. Your equipment will be returned to you. Thanks. Oh yeah. I see a big spiky ball though. Look at that. You saw that? A big spiky ball? Mmm. Oh, what? Okay. Well. Spring shield. Zonite made of zonite. It lowers the energy consumption of an attached zonite. Oh! 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 Sorry, Acorn. Oh my god! Is that high or low? High lightning. Because the kobo has been bullied. Culthromac doesn't take that. Shopping is still undefeated. Welcome, Rubik. Hopefully shopping went well, since I personally don't really like shopping. So level can be equated to pain. I don't know. I don't know. When okay, because some more salad were added. I should probably get more. I should probably get salad as well. Because I've been eating quite unhealthy. You know, laksa, kway chap, bak kut teh, lulo. Like all these things is like quite heavy. You know what? It's not quite heavy. It's very fucking heavy. So yeah. Probably I should eat some light breakfast. Don't know what that is. Just know that those are some very high calorie foods and stuff. High calorie, very fatty, like, yeah. Stuff like that. Where's my vehicle? My damn vehicle is gone. Nah, this game sucks. I hate this game. Oh, hi, Lemmy. Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom. Just started. Yes and no, I guess. I pretty much talked to Pura and then didn't even do any mainline quest. Oh, it's another one of those. Sound an easy choice, feeling and taste good. True. My friend's obsessed with this game. My friend, your friend, me, is also is also very obsessed with this game. Like, very. It's good, man. It's good, okay? It's good. It's so good. I can make so many weird, janky vehicles, and I love every single moment of it. Like, I believe I spent at least 3 or 4 hours in total trying to just make some cool looking vehicles. Also, welcome in, Lemmy. It's been a while. Some real. Oh, I should probably find wells and get in. Sleeping a little late. It's hot and I did exercise last night. Just doing an IT course. Oh! Oh, damn, IT. I have no idea. I don't know anything about IT. When it comes to IT, I kinda suck. I kinda shook. But yeah, good luck with the IT course. Hope you're good. I am hungry. I am hungry. But other than that, I'm pretty good. Yeah. Hello? I'm gonna try parrying you. Do that again. Yuck. Oh my god, what is that damage? Me zao first. Okay, save battery. Okay, okay. Still have fun with LIFC, Narix. Have big fun. I'm just gonna eat this. Bonk Pinky. Where's my bonk? Wait, where's my boop? Not bonk. Hope you're getting an IT job at the end. It's 300 UK right now. Oh shit. I hate hard. In the UK especially terrible, right? Because because air conditioning is like, it's not forbidden, but it's rare? Question mark? I believe someone explained to me a few streams back. I just don't remember. What the fuck? Everything hurts. You're of course a Death fan? Yeah, and then I heard in the UK most houses is made to keep the heat in, so that during the cold days during winter it's gonna help a lot. That's what I heard anyway. Hit. Oh shit. Hi. Mine. No, it's just a wooden stick. It sucks. I want the spear. Oh crap. Alright, here we go. Boop. Oh my god. Alright, let's cheat. Trying to hide, trying to run away. No shit. Wait, did he just not know where I am? Did he just entirely forgot where I am? After I killed the big... What? What just happened? Damp in the winter is a problem. It's cold and wet. But now with global warming, we're getting hot, dry summers. Yeah, true. Dry heat sounds kind of okay, methinks. Never thought about winter humidity. It's hard to get below 30 Celsius in Malaysia, and I hate it. Hot. Panas sangat. Woo! Hi. Do you like... I'm trying. Can you jump up? Okay, I have an idea. Bro. Sorry, no. Wait. Take this. It's a soldier's spear. Oh my god. Wait, I'm not ready. You're cheating. Fuse? There? Mmm. So good. Guys, I feel like this is not normal. Why am I mega hungry so early? Five arrow for that. How much do people use arrows? I mean, I have like a shitload of arrows here. Whoa! That's what a ruby does? Well, holy shit, man, that's great. And I sold one ruby, god damn it. Malaysia hot? Always has been hot. It's fine though, we get used to it. Dry heat isn't so bad. I think the UK is quite humid as it's an island maybe? But not like the places like Thailand or Japan, not that bad. And Malaysia. Malaysia is like wet and hot. But then I feel like dry heat is even worse, isn't it? I would much prefer humid heat, question mark? Because like at least your skin doesn't get like too dry and stuff, I feel. Yeah, I would prefer humidity heat. This is starting to be the first game too? I don't know. Never played the first game myself. This is like my first ever Zelda experience. I should keep that sturdy wooden stick. Humid heat though means you get sweaty and don't dry off. I guess I'm used to that. Can you take the price of dry skin for low humidity? I don't know if I've experienced much humid heat now. I think humid heat is just normal here. Yeah, because Malaysia is quite the tropical country. And tropical is all about like heat and shit. Heat and wet. Yeah, heat and wet. That's not good. This looks like a big place. And my skin gets so dry that it sometimes bleed even with lotion. Good gods, I don't think that's okay. Oh. Kill the small ones first. Dang it. Whoa, soldier shield? Damn. Oh. Got him. Don't move, don't move. Don't move, don't move. Head? That's not head. Hi. Please don't do that. What the fuck? What? Dude, I get one shot. I'm so paper. Why am I so paper? Am I not supposed to be here? This blue, blue is stronger, but one shot? I'm so paper. I don't believe this. I'm too paper. I don't believe this. You would think that I only played this game for quite a bit. But I still press a lot of wrong buttons. Ooh, I found friend. You weren't at full HP? Was I not at full HP? Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm not at full HP, you're right. I mean, this is easy, right? Just eat one... Can I just eat this? Would I set myself on fire? Oh, okay. It didn't set myself on fire. Okay, now I'm full. Now I'm at full HP. I should be able to win this. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Well, that fight was so easy. It's insane. I so got this. Like, look at this skill. Actually, let me use the spear. Well, are they dancing? It's kind of cute. Woohoo! You don't know where I am. Ooh. 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 That might kill me. Oh, shit. Oh, so if they hold up the shield, no matter what I shoot them, it's gonna be a block. Ook! Woo! Okay, that's very scary. That is so fucking scary. Alright. I see you. Okay. Broadsword? Oh, this is a one-handed weapon, isn't it? Oh, it's a thick stick. This is both quick charge. But I didn't even charge just now. Okay, I mean, this is weird, but I'm doing this. I can't believe I'm using a thick stick as a sub-weapon. Ooh! Oh my god, that made my inside cramp. What the fuck? Ah, fuck, it hurts. Oh, shit. Oh, my waist. What is this place? It's fucking choking. Ah. Alright. I found the you know, this position is good enough. Alright, it's okay. Slowly. Oh. I don't know what to do with that cramp as well. What the fuck is that place to have a cramp? What the hell? It's the first time in my entire life that I got this kind of cramp. I mean, that little shit scared the shit out of me. Holy crap. Alright, all good. Okay, I'm back. Oh. Here, let me try the ruby sword. Okay, just like... Woohoo. Woohoo. Did I just burn the honeycomb? I did I? God damn it. Oh, it's out of magic. That's magic? It's okay. If I'm out of magic, I still have Zonai. Please burn. God, please burn? Why are you not burning? 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 Huh? Why are you so rude? Come on. That I don't know how to kill this thing. I don't have an axe. It doesn't burn. Oh, this works. Oh my goddamn. Alright. All good. No fear. This game, easy. When I get cramp, I stretch and lie on the cold floor. I get a lot of cramps with my neural condition. Not fun. Oh yeah, cramps are terrible. I come to enjoy your rain. Hi. Lucan?
Oh.
You appear to be a normal traveler. Forgive my impolite stare. I am a Gerudo soldier on a mission to hunt down the Yiga clan. The Yiga, if you're lucky enough not to have met them, are rascals who like to accost travelers on the roads.
No.
And as if that wasn't enough, they are also masters of the skies. The fiends masquerade as ordinary travelers, and then, when your guard is down, they strike.
Oh.
Wherever your journey takes you, keep a weather eye out for the Yiga clan. You tell me that, but how am I supposed to know if they're Yiga? How would I know you're not Yiga? Are you Yiga? Then watch yourself. You might be Yiga. Fuck. Trying to hit me? Huh? I'll keep an eye on you. I don't know if you're Yiga. But you might be. If you're Yiga, I'll beat the shit out of you. You made me have trust issues now. That works for you? It usually makes things worse or neutral for me. I'm glad that it helps, but shit that you suffer from that, yeah. Like, constant cramp just sounds like, oh my fuck, you know? Oh, sorry? Did I just break my... Did I just break my weapon? I think I did. Oh, so Ruby needs time to charge with fire. It just throws a fireball. That's kind of cool. You know, just destroy this weapon. Like, I'm okay with this. You know. Cut it out. Seems safe now. I didn't do shit. I'm like 10 miles away from you. Yeah, I did bonk the ship a lot. Have you made any masterpieces today? Yes, but they all just disappeared. because this game doesn't save doesn't save the things that you build. So if I die, things gone, and if I enter a shrine and get out, it's gone. It's like, yeah. But I did create multiple masterpieces today. Oh, hooks. I need meat. I want meat. I require meat. Meat. I found meat. It'll be in the vault to stay? True. Is there enemy? Oh, I think you are an enemy. Wake up! Whoa! Whoa! How do you have dragon bone? That shit's mine. It's mine. That's right. You can have that. You want that? Sorry. You want bees? You want bees? That was so slow. Have some friend. Get them, bees, get them. Yeah, get them, bees. Sting them. Sting them. Give them 012. Give it a good old what for. Why are the bees not doing thing? Bees, come on. I'm just gonna throw it at you. Yeet. I was trying to throw it though. The bees suck. Ooh! Excuse moi? Hello? Why there's so many things? Not the bees. Alright, you little shit. God damn. They're so tough. What is this? Anything that's almost broken? He's stealing Robin at the break, as in keep on breaking down? It's not really like breaking down. Am I dead? Oh my god. Look, I can never die, alright? Look at this, look at this, look at this. Like, pro strat. Sorry, no. This kobo, it's a fighter. You think you can win against me? No chance. Get shit on. Woohoo! This one works. Oh! Is a moving tree that's trying to kill you a normal occurrence in Breath of the Wild? Is it a normal occurrence? Oh man, this is gonna be it. Yep. Oh god damn it. Fuck. Nope. Okay, so it's a new thing in Tears of the Kingdom then. Okay. You know, that's good to know. You know, new things. I love myself some new things, you know? It's pretty good. It's pretty fun. It's pretty Gucci. Bees! Oh my god, I don't have any sharp weapons. It was like when you run into the tree moves. You gotta love the trees, man. Emblazoned shield. Feature traditional design from Nakluda. Aren't much better than the standard wooden shield, but it found popularity for its design. I'll keep it here. I still have my minecart shield. You know what? I should probably use my minecart shield. You know, a shield with a minecart. Don't worry about it. It's just a minecart shield. I'm sure it's very normal. Yeah, I'm probably gonna need a lot of sharp weapons here. Because there's too many trees that I need to get rid of. I'm just gonna roam around with legs for now because, god, everything just... The vehicles that I made just gone too quickly. This is only sharp weapon. Whoa! Golden apple? Damn. I can go buy Toto now. I can go gamble and win. Golden apple? Holy shit. I wanna try going to this castle. Oh no, you don't, you little shit. You shoot me? Trying to shoot me? Oh! What the fuck? Okay. Alright, alright. I see, I see. I'm out of food! Well, almost out of food. Fine, I'll eat it. Oh my god, the goddamn tree! I need to get this bitch. Spin! This damn tree, I swear to god. Spin! Okay, okay, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone. I'm tired. Please, have mercy, don't kill me. I'm just kobold. I'm just kobold. I only have 3 health points. Good gods. Oh, apple! EG. Dragon bone, okay, okay. Drop the shit. Change weapon. Sharp weapon, this one. Oh, hey. Ooh. I'm gonna cry. Alright. Did I say this game is hard? Nah, this game is fucking easy. Okay. Okay, not gonna lie, this game is fucking hard, okay? This game is absolutely scary. It does make me want to have a lot of sharp weapons. But now that there's a lot of like tree monsters that's trying to kill me. But I don't see a lot of sharp weapons lying around there. I could say I was having lunch right now, but me back. Welcome back. Hope you had good nom-noms. Speaking of, I should get my own nom-noms soon. Very soon. I am hungry. Eat enemy? Oh my god. Bite tree, teeth sharp. Teeth! Aren't they more blunt than actually sharp? I don't know why, but I feel like I feel like I've been here before. Sharper for trees. I mean, wouldn't you say Minecraft and, you know, in Minecraft you punch trees until they die? Maybe fist is actually sharp enough as well. Use fist, punch the tree. I mean, I wish I could do that in this game, but there's no punching weapons. I mean, Lonk is a Giga Chad, but not Giga Chad enough to just punch. Folks who I missed. Maybe save zero for what's up that. What's up that wall? Speaking of, I should probably find a cooking pot really soon. I need to cook food. I am almost out of food. Speaking of punching, what does Link actually do without weapons now? It's just like, huh? No weapon? Huh? No weapon? It's like, huh? 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 I hate it. I cannot just punch. There should be some way that I can get in, right? I am very curious about this place.
Oh,
What's going on? You looking for someone to talk to? Hey, that's fine by me. Let's talk. You hear this? The Skyview tower they built nearby got taken over. Yep, it's a monster lair now. Only fair that the monster should pay some rent on the praise, but yeah, looks like none of us can use that place now. Cute donkey. Donkey. Is this Skyview tower? It's a monster's lair? Dog. Dog. Oh. I think Halberd's a sharp weapon. Nice. I need to find ways to add more heart containers. But how I have no idea. Bird. Meat. Haha. Meat. Meat. I'm just gonna take a spin around this place and see what can I get. Looks like Bokoblin. Bokoblin things. Blue. Oh my god, pain. Oh shit, that was armor. Oh shit. Need to bonk, maybe? Doesn't work. Uh-oh. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? What kind of material is that? Burn it? I could try, I guess. No, it's not burned. It's not bonk, it's not burned, it's not cut. Yeah, it's not. What else can it do? Ruby? Right. I just gave them power. B? Get him, B, get him! Oh, B, you suck! Come on, B. B just ran away! Okay, what do we have? Oh, bomb flower. How about bomb flower? Nothing a good old bomb doesn't work. That destroys the armor? Okay, good. Now we're on equal grounds. Damn, I have to use explosion for that? One bomb flower? That's kinda sad. Oh! Maybe a bit overkill, but as long as it works. Yeah, you know what? As long as it works, true. It's good enough. I don't know why I'm doing this. I don't know why I'm picking fights against all of the bokoblins out there. I only have 2 food left. This is bad. That looks like a big one. Look here. Show me your face. Show me your moves. Thing's probably bad. Look at that thing. That thing's huge. it just fall flat. Oh shit, the music is different. Oh, I'm dead. I'm so fucking dead. The music is different, dude. The music is different. I'm playing cheap. I'm playing cheap. Okay, I see the strategy now. Go! Block board, stupid! Here! But why? I mean, I see why. Not working. They're cheating. They set themselves on fire because they know I'm gonna win. Oh, thanks, game. That is actually a very nice save. Alright, I cannot mess this up. I cannot mess this up. Nice. It's probably a little hard to get them, I think. Let me see if I can expose their face so that I can one-shot them. I'm using the Dragon Bone one, right? Yeah, you know what? I didn't mean to shoot it. Take it slow. It's like I'm playing Skyrim. You know, stealth level 100. Backstab 6 times the damage. Oh, they blocked it this way. That might be a little tough. Oh, I think I know why it went on fire. See that bunch of fire fruits back there? I think I hit them. Yeah, I definitely hit them. Oh, god damn it. Alright. I'm gonna shoot the one behind. That's the worst aim in the entire world. Alright, so when the boss does that, they go back and defend the boss pretty much. So if I shoot the boss, they go like, oh my god, our boss broke. Where's my weapon? Damn, that hurt. Wasn't it your head? Bad idea. Oh no, I'm out of speed. Shoot! Spin! Here! God, I'm not doing damage. This thing's too strong. I mean, it's almost dead, but still. What are you doing? I don't like it, you're strafing. Okay, it's dead, Oh my god, mama. Black Moss Bokoblin Horn. Wait, am I reading this right? Fuse attack power 27? What the fuck? 27? Whoa! Yields a powerful flurry rush during a perfect dodge? Whoa! Oh my god, I win the game. I win the entire game. They don't even stand a chance. Damn, oh my god, look at this weapon! Holy shit! Me remembers the boss as being more difficult. Maybe I'm too good. No, I'm not. I'm definitely not. I am average at best. Oh wow, there's so many bombs here. I mean, if I've known, I should have just shot it. Oh, cool. Oh, oh, Lizao boomerang. Is there a lizard folk in this game? There has to be a lizard folk. Look at this, Lizao. It is such a lizard. Oh my god, there's a lizard folk in this game. Oh. Lizard Force, look at that. Lizard Force. That is such a lizard folk. It's made of metal so it can safely be used near fire. If you throw it, it will return to... Ooh, hey. So if I were to pair it with a thick stick, let's say, is it gonna work? Only one way to find out. And then throw it. Yeet. Oh, I can grab it. Wow, that's cool. Oh, okay. Okay. I see you, game. I see you. Oh, I know that sound. What? A golden ambush just at the floor? Okay. Lonk, please. I will want you to stay in a tree. Lonk. Get the apple. I just want the apples. Oh my god, the drift. Okay, fine. Or maybe I can just, cut this tree down. That'll probably work, right? Yeah, see? Oh, it's getting dark. Let me open up the lights real quick. I'm gonna play for just a little bit more. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Let's hope that just a little bit doesn't take 2 hours. I'm sorry, this game's too good. You make everything look easy. I don't know about that, to be honest. I mean, one thing I can say for sure, though. I make a certain thing look easy, that is electric. You know, when I play Hihachi and I just spam electric, I make that shit look easy, but it's not. Welcome to Rubik. How did your mission go, Sergeant? The light is a go. How do you speak mission? Oh, what is that? I want it. It's so shiny. Do I kill it? It's so shiny though. Oh, come back. Oh shit, oh shit. I need you. Oh my god, you're so fast. Did you just lead me to a cave? It just led me to a cave. Okay. Let's do the cave then. Or after I'm done doing this. Just keep it simple. Perfect, look at that. Don't worry about it. The lights a go, the lights a go. Cold light, cold light. Try letting go. It fall backwards. It fall the other way. I hate it. Actual physics. I cannot believe it. It fell. Oh my god, it fell the other way. I hate it. Oh, fine. I'll just keep it simple, okay? Is this simple enough? No, that's too big. Get out. I'll get a smaller one. Oh wait, I'm supposed to support it like this? I mean, I don't think this is gonna work. I'm pretty sure this is gonna just... Oh, maybe it fell forward? You know what? Let's add one more. This is gonna be... Hey, perfecto. Here, let go. Let go. Did that just happen? Fucking sign just did a front flip. Toss snake. Hi, toss snake. Sick. I'm gonna cry. Oh my god. Toss snake. Thanks for the raid. Oh my god. Outlast Trials. Ooh, the co-op Outlast, right? How was it? Did you... can you beat the game? Is that like an ending to the game? Question mark? There. Also, thanks for the raid again, Toastic. Oh my god. Welcome in, everyone. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games, and I do art occasionally. Yeah. Yes, it was good. Make a lot of progress, and the ending is prestiging your levels and starting from the beginning again. Oh, so like the usual multiplayer experience then, right? It's not like a single player experience where there's an ending to the game. A lot of replayability. Ah, yeah, that's the word. Hey, you want to see some sick flips? you want to see some sick flips? Hey, Edison, let go of that thing. Oh, it didn't even flip. It didn't even flip. I'm upset. It almost flipped. Why is this one hard? Like, why is this one, like, difficult? It shouldn't be difficult, right? Just damn sign, like, why? Oh, you know what? This is perfect. This is perfect. There's no way I can lose this one though. Like, no way. Right? Let go, let go. Look at that. Absolute perfection. Welcome to Cobalt Engineering. Cobalt Engineering. Satisfaction guaranteed. Satisfaction guaranteed. Perfect. That was great. That was great. Give me something good, Edison. Perfect. Alright, alright. 20 shiny. I like it. I like it. Mushroom rice balls? Okay, I like it. I like it. A bomb flower? I could shoot you with this. I like it. I like it. Alright, thanks. Good one, good one.
Yippee!
Uh-oh. It's the Church of Yip anthem. Yip yee yee. Cobalt Engineering. As long as it stands, no need to have the words visible. I know, right? It is absolutely perfect. I need a hammer. Do I have a hammer? I don't think this counts. Nope. This should do. Boom. Boom. Whoa. Am I playing Minecraft? Here's a little wasteful of a strong weapon. Oh. Oh my god, what is this? This is the first time to go through so many things. Oh yeah, I have this. Spin! That works, right? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just wasting my strongest weapon that I have currently. Oh no! My strongest weapon! What am I doing? Why am I doing this? Like, why am I... I hate it here. Because, I swear to God, I will cry and I will cry hard. You know what? Yeah, wait. Just more hammer. Look at that. I'm gonna clean it up. Look at that. Oh fuck. Oh my god, I'm losing control. I get rock salt out of that? And also opal, I think? You know what? It's worth. Actually worth. Whoa. Hi. Please get down. Who would? Okay, why is everything so tough? Excuse me? Rock sledge? Oh, it's just a spear of a rock. And it's called a rock sledge? Good enough. Luminous stone. Gifts of a pale blue glow in the air? In the dark. Which some believe to be soul of the dead. Apparently this stone can be used as a base and as a base to make special clothing. Special clothing? You mean like glowy, shiny clothing? I like the sound of that. I want it, and I want it now. Hi, please get down from the ceiling. It's dangerous, it's hazardous. Fuck. There. Okay. Sir, please get down, thank you. Why is it so funny? Sir, please get down. Oh my god. What are you, monkey? That's a lot of hits. What are you, a monkey? Stop. If it works, it works. Wow, I can get so many guts. A soldier's spear, rusty claymore. This spear is almost gone, right? Yeah, see, it's already red. Get out. Whee! Every time I see good use of the Royal Claymore, I die a little bit inside. Nah. My Royal Claymore. I don't know. Look, the thing is, I don't know why I decided to use Royal Claymore to do this shit. But I did it anyway. It's so stupid. Oh, shit. I think it's just my Kobo brain kicking in. It's like, ooh, hey, a weapon that I can just bonk.
Good use of the Royal Claymore.
Shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. No, no, no. I still love that emote so much. Well, at least now I have a lot of choices. A lot of rusty claymore here. That kind of scared me a little bit. Don't mind me. It's like I'm playing Deep Rock Galactic. Don't worry about it. Is this Deep Rock Galactic? It might be. Bubble! Bubble. Bubble. Ugh. Sorry, I have to kill you. Whoa, one shot? Kill because I have shiny. Alright, who's ready to play Deep Rock Galactic? I know I am. Going in. Are you... Can you not hold on for a little bit longer than that? Rock. Rock. Oh, maybe I should use the... Sorry. Yeah, see? Sturdy, thick stick. They are very sturdy. Anyway, right? I think they're fit to do this. Not Royal Claymore. my brain is still all about Royal Claymore right now. It will forever haunt me. Is it just me or is it not?
Time to let it repeat. Godro bongo, godro bongo, godro bongo, godro bongo, godro bongo.
Let it rip. Hi Legs, welcome back. Okay, I have one more rusty claymore. Legs, get the boop. Link's left leg went the... Let it rip. Is it just me or is this rock way more sturdier than the other ones? I mean, they are black. I get that. But that made me look bad and sound bad. I hate it. Is there any more rocks? There's no more rocks. Stone? Stone? Is stone good? I don't know. Alright, I have Soldier Spear. Stone halberd. Oh wait, stone is the axe. Stone is axe, rock is hammer. Did I say that I like this game? No, I don't. Nah, all jokes aside, this game's fucking amazing. There should be rocks outside, right? See? Yeah, there's multiple rocks outside. Look at that. Bonk and sharp bonk. Yeah. Here, let's destroy fused material. It's fine. Rook. I should probably get a few more weapons. How do I get more weapons? I don't know. I didn't know I'm gonna use so many weapons to go through that shit. Alright, okay, I have 2 weapons now. I should probably get one more. Like this one. Yeah, just destroy the whole bird. I need more. Yeah. There. Okay, let's go back in. No, I have 2 sturdy thick stick ready for the job, you know. to do some galactic mining action. Yeah. It's all about the mining. Also, if you notice I'm speaking very weirdly, just know that when I'm hungry, I tend to speak a little weird. it just, I don't know what, I don't know how to explain it, but it is what it is. I see the path. Oh my god, I see the path. What the fuck? There's a shrine here. Oh my god, okay, not worth. You might ask me why am I doing this? Alright. I'm doing this because there might be a chance that I can get opal or shiny. Don't worry, look at this, I'm more. Or maybe don't bonk this one. Bonk the one outside, because the one outside is easier to bonk and higher chance of getting things, I guess. Hungry and delicious. Hungry-licious? Mmm. Hungry-licious though. God, as much as I want to play this tomorrow, I can't. Even one shiny word, I know, right? Any shiny I can get, you know I'm gonna get it. Just, hashtag just cobalt things. It's like I'm living in 2016. Hashtag just cobalt things. Oh my god. That's like the most stereotypical poop shinies. What if someone's name is alignment of the circles? What if someone's name is shinies actually? Like out there? Okay, let's try the boomerang. Shinies? It's actually real. Although it's like an empty account, but still. Okay, what am I looking at? Okay, I'm not supposed to be here. My brain is not working. Because good gods, am I hungry? I know I know I complain about me being hungry, but I just really want to play more. I want to play more. I don't want to stop. I want to play. Time to claim Shiny's account then. No, claim Shiny's account and just like keeps coming to a keeps going to a kobo channel. Oh, that's it. That's very straightforward. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh. Wait, I don't have enough balls? I need more balls? Does weapon count? What do you mean? There's only 4 balls. There's like 4 balls and there's like 20,000 holes they're gonna fill. Excuse? That's 4 balls, right? Two balls here. One down here, one up there. Yeah. Why is there was confusion? I mean, it's a puzzle, but still. Can I jump in? Doesn't count. Do I have like a bowl-shaped item then? Eyeball? Like stone? Well, I do have a few like stone, I guess. There. Get in. Doesn't count. Rejected by ball receptacle. This one is just... I don't know what to do. Maybe I have to activate the 4 in the middle first, I guess. I'll do it. Dink? Okay, give me a second. I will doing. Doesn't feel like it. Didn't do anything. You know what to do? Well, I don't know. Alignment of the circles. Is this something has to do with camera angles? I think that's a little bit way too intricate, isn't it? Something to do with... Something to do with... camera angles? Nah, gonna hydrate. In a drink. Pocket? See you at firm. Oh, you're going to firm as well. Nice. There's so many people I want to meet at firm. It's crazy. I finally get the chance to go as well. Last year I didn't go, and my God, I was sad. But this year, saving up for it. See you at firm 2 Pocket. Very excited. Hell yeah. Finally get the chance to meet all of you. I am not good with puzzles. I am not good with puzzles. Oh. Was this here before? I mean, it's not throwing something out from my material. I mean, like stone is as spherical as it gets, but it just doesn't work. Oh, you want bomb flowers? There we go. It doesn't count, look at that! Putting round thing in the round hole. I tried. I mean, unless bomb flower is not round enough. I mean, I tried something that's round as heck. Oh, do I put friend inside? Do I put friend? friend. I choose you. Go. Oh, they should go. I can't just leave my friend like that. Rounder? Next I trying to replace garbage, putting in wooden. God, I would cry. I would cry. How about eyes? Do you like eyes? That is as round as it gets. You're not telling me that eyeballs is not spherical, is it? Eyeballs is it's as spherical as it gets. Alright. And what the heck am I supposed to do? Like, why am I here? I hate puzzles. Why am I here? Like, I don't count, weapon don't count, materials don't count. Only 4 balls. I have 20,000 holes that I need to put in. I think I is more ovoid than sphere. I'm gonna cry. Oh wait, I came from here, sorry. Follow the heart of the circles. There's no way there's to be something to do with camera angles. Sorry, I am absolutely clueless on this one. Like, I'm clueless on this one. Zero clue. Maybe if I put multiple balls in one place? If I attach them? Oh shit. Big brain, big brain. Very, very big brain. How many balls total? 4. And I think that's like a total of 8. Wait, let me check. It's symmetrical. So 1, 2, 3. So 3, 6, 6, 4, 10. 10 holes that I need to fill. There's only 4 balls. Very silly suspicion. I mean, having a suspicion is the first step, but I don't even have suspicion at this point. Like, the thing is, if you want to expose me for being bad, just give me a puzzle. I'll immediately lose. I am not good with puzzles. When it comes to puzzles, my brain's just like, aha, bye-bye. Four balls, 10 hole. There's no way that I can duplicate them. Is that... You... Really? Really? That's one up there. But puzzles be fun sometimes. Are we gonna get Patrick's Pararock someday? Look mind melty? I guess. I think I can do simple puzzles because puzzles really just melts me. And at times puzzle kinda makes me mad. At times, that is. Like, I remember me playing Baba Is You. Remember that game? I streamed it. I loved it at first, but when the difficulty picks up, I just don't enjoy it as much anymore. It hurts me. So, which is also why I stopped streaming it as well. It just makes me mad and I'm not having fun anymore. Your suspicion correct, nice. Yeah, people rarely looks up. Don't know why though, it's kinda weird. More bells. Wow, devious. Hmm. It does take me a while to look up. Full recovery plus 4 golden health. Increase your maximum hearts. Additional hearts are lost as you take damage. Oh. Temporary hearts then. Okay. Yeah, maybe I'm just not too much of a puzzle gal, I guess. Like, I don't do well with puzzles. Let me skip this. Hmm. Me loves puzzles and they're like the shrines. Like an okay-ish difficulty is fine. Yeah. But when shit like Baba Is You level kind of difficulty, I will shit my pants. It's too much. Alright, time to do some mining. Need to get that shit high. Oh, cool. Wait, these things respawn? Oh, crap. Perfectly fine too. I'm not a fan of puzzles in horror games. Solving puzzles while also being hunted is a bit stressful. That's what most horror games do. They sort of just they do this because it's horror game because it's stressful. And then putting puzzles in horror game. I mean, some puzzles without getting hunted is fine, but if I'm getting hunted while I'm also trying to do puzzles, that will piss me off, like, very, very easily. that will almost immediately piss me off. So I'm not a big fan with horror games with puzzles. Like, I'm already terrible with puzzles, and then you expect me to fucking, like, solve a puzzle when getting hunted in a time strain as well, time constraint. Yeah, no, that's why I get out. Which is also why the I'm scared. I mean, I'm scared just overstates its welcome. I believe I mentioned this before, but yeah. Do you know I'm scared? It's not the puzzle game per se. It's more like the horror. The horror and the puzzle. Well, if I can say puzzle of the game. Riddles, I guess. Riddles. Just makes the game more annoying, other than enjoyable. So yeah, it's like, as much as I want to enjoy some games, sadly not all games is for me. I'm slowly realizing that. As much as I want to try so many other games, there are certain games that is definitely not for me. And I need to understand that. Sees the point. Mostly sees them as too confusing with all the open space and backtracking instead. Ooh, backtracking? Oh god. Oh god. Big structure? Big structure? Which how preferences work, can really like everything. This kind of reminds me of, like, I'm trying to be the pleaser. So I'm trying to, well, pretend to like everything so that people can, so that I can have a conversation with anyone, right? Be it at school, be it a hangout, be it like just socializing in general. I sort of force myself to like everything, but then it's like, after a while, it just gets more and more tedious, which eventually I stop because, you know, tedious. And it hurts my it hurts my sanity as well, because, like, why am I trying so hard? Damage. Good damage. Although I say this, right? Like, I sort of force myself to like everything. There is one friend of mine that I force myself to pretend that I like basketball, so that whenever whenever the ex-friend asks me to go play basketball, it's like, oh yeah, let's go, man, I love it. But then after a bit of, like, realizing my own mistakes, it's like, I don't like basketball, I fucking hate it. And then my friend just sort of snapped at me because he's like, why are you lying to me all this time and stuff like that. It's like, I can understand that I pretty much lied as well, so I'm at fault there. I am definitely at fault there. There's no other way around it. So, which is after that point, I was like, yeah, let's not try to pretend that I like everything anymore. It's just painful at that point. Can I climb this? It's quite a complicated topic there. There we go. Don't think we had that yet. It's painfully obvious when we doesn't like something a lot. Back then I cannot hide that. Back then I don't know why I'm trying so hard trying to be the crowd pleaser. I just want everyone to like me. Hi, why are you here? Well, let me just get these things first. But yeah, it took me a while to learn that mistake. It truly took me a while, but yeah, now, although it still hurts me to say sometimes, right? It still hurts me to say like, I don't like this game. You know, when someone is very enthusiastic about one thing, right? When someone's like very pumped about, oh my god, have you heard this thing? It's so good, and then it's like, I sort of do the potong steam on them. It's like, it's not really my thing though. Right? It hurts me to do this sometimes, or most of the time, or all the time actually. Yeah, all the time. Some will react like, oh, okay, that's fair. And then some will react like, what? But I was so hyped though. I thought you couldn't like this. Something like that. Or the other would be just like snapped at you, which I faced multiple times. They might be a little extreme, right? They might be a little extreme. There is some extreme reactions on there. It's normal. Was I actually lying? Or did you just go into basketball with no prior opinion? I think it's lying. Yeah. Deep down I fucking hate it because it gets me so sweaty every time. I don't even like running, and why am I chasing the ball just to slam on the ball and just like dunk it? I can't even dunk it. I can't even shoot. Like everything I do is just terrible. Right? I don't even know how do you play basketball, like the rules and everything. It's like, oh, when you when you hold the ball, you have to like keep slamming the ball to the ground, like, and then you cannot hold the ball. Like if you don't slam the ball to the ground, if you hold the ball, you can only step one foot out. If you step another foot out, then yeah, then that's a fault. Something like that. It's like I learned so many rules and I hate them. Because I was lying to myself. It's like, Then that's why it's not true. Kobo is great. You know what? Yeah, Kobo is great. Let me talk to this guy. Hi, why are you here? Satu, dua. Why are you counting? Can I count with you? Hey, let's count. I'll count with you. No, I'm afraid you only make the count more difficult. What? I'm trying my best. Truth be told, I was just counting the number of grievances I have against a certain someone. Oh man, sorry. So many of my brethren has been cut down, you see. The harm we've suffered is truly beyond measure. That's sad. How do you... Oh no, wait. I've eagerly awaited this moment, Lonk. Oh shit. What the fuck is you? Whoa. Don't worry, I have a minecart. Never chase me down? Never chase me down? Whoa! Oh goddamn! You know ninjutsu? Nin? Nope. I saw that before, asshole. No, I saw that before, asshole. And don't let me learn your moveset or you will die. Hey, money! Shiny! Are you a monkey? Wait. This will grows many on trope. Uh-huh. Banan? Nice, I get money. Shiny get. I get a bunch of weapon as well. 8-fold blade. Improve sneak strike. Sneak strike, it's a thing? Sneak strike? Excuse-moi? I can actually play Skyrim? Sorry, that's not what I'm trying to do. Friend, come. Oh! But friend! So this will double the sneak strike. Is it even sneak? Also, I love playing sports, but never really warmed up to basketball for some reason. Oh, yeah, true. I love sports, and I only love badminton. Badminton is the sport that I truly enjoy a lot. It's so good. Secret ninja. So not all person is good towards me, huh? I'm kinda scared now. Did drop where the whistles notice? Whistle? Is my car gonna get me thunder striked, ED? Nope, my car is fine. Sorry. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I see a tent. I see a tent. Oh wait, this is the Korok's place. Where's your friend? Where's everyone? Oh, is this the one that I did? That must be the one that I did, okay. Oh, hi. Want to eat my sneak strike? Oh! Hi? Oh, legs sneaky. Stinky. Not sneaky, sticky. Oh. No, I tell you. My apology. Oh, I sort of burped out loud. Which I personally feel that's kind of rude. Because I personally don't like burping out loud. Can't have the modern gas. Hey, you want to shoot those things? I can help you. Huh. Oh shit! GG. I win. I thought it was far enough. Was got gated? Okay, good. Have I gotten? Woo! Okay, I can fight again. I mean, I know how to fight this thing now. When they do the backflip and then charges in, that's when I parry. And I think when they disappear and teleport above me, I think I can parry that one as well. I mean, since I know what you are, can I just try to sneak attack you? You don't know where I am. Huh. Really? What do you mean, really? You wanted to kill me? What are you counting? Oh, you know, just a number of grievous. Oh, okay, it's the same thing. Alright, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. I don't even know what you are. Is that your kin or some shit? Okay. Okay. Shiny get. Banana get. That was a lot faster than I thought. Okay. I mean, I learned. I truly learned. I want friend. 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 No! It's so hard to get. Why is friend so hard to get? Joke enemy defeated? Yeah. Truly a joke enemy. Where was the camp again? No. Framed. Have I been to that shrine? No, that shrine is new. But then I want to run back. Okay, it's here. It's safe. After this fight, I'm probably gonna go get dinner. Getting too hungry. It's really hard when I get swarmed. Wait, what? That's it? Where was the... Huh? Why'd they get swarmed just now then? Oh, shit. Oh wait, I didn't get swarmed. I did stupid. Oh, the memory, it's coming back to me. I didn't get swarmed. Hi. Although I did see a bunch of enemies there. Yeah, see. Another big one. Oh, hi. It's the boss. Oh, thanks? What the fuck? Didn't do shit to them. Oh, okay. Okay, that hurts. All right, okay. Friend butt fire. Friend butt fire. Sorry. I don't know why friend butt fire got me so excited. Oh, it's saved here. Oh, thank you, game. Oh my god, you're so good. And you kill the fire one first. I mean, that works, I guess. Oh shit! Wait, I got a funny stick. I got a funny stick. I'm trying. I wanted to do it. I wanted to do it. No, I shouldn't be moving. I'm trying. Sorry, I think that one will kill me. I don't know why I'm trying to do this. But I really want to. I almost got killed. My man. EG, I'll take it. Oh, hi, Nocti. Ravioli's gay is now ready. Ravioli's gay. What? Now I got swarmed by Bonk. Kinda. Meowdy going pink. Hi, sour cream. Hi, Nocti. Oh my god, Nocti. 哎，很久不见呢。哇，很久没有看你哦。还好吗？还好吗？ Yep. Coming for a visit? Yeah. Why studying Chinese? Because I feel like speaking Chinese with you feels a lot more natural. I'm back driving text. What the fuck? Don't drive in text! I mean, I cannot tell you what to do, but still. No, see? 很好 nice. You还是在做着那个那个叫什么推销员呢、啊？我记得上一次你也在跟我讲，你是做 normal 哦 ，OK。Also, Rox is a little shit. You better don't drive in text. You know, fuck. Didn't I say I want to go get dinner? I mean, I'm very hungry, but still. And go through butt. Oh my god, it's go through butt again. Go through butt. Okay, let's drop this. Drop this. I'm just gonna have fun at this point. See? Oh, there's a chest. Going to dinner, have a nice stream. Thank you, nothing. It's nice seeing you again. It's been a while, man. Maybe someday I should go to KL. And by someday, I mean I will be going to KL during Ferrum. Have good dinner, nothing. I found more shrines somehow. Drive it. Shut the fuck up, Roxas. Don't do that. do not illegal. Do not do it. It's almost 8. Figure out butt is. Go to concern. Hammer weak butt. Weak butt tail. You can love butt spot sometimes. Okay, one more shrine. 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 But Boo Boo Cha Cha? Huh? Boo Boo Cha Cha? Boo Boo Cha Cha? Okay, ma. I mean, Boo Boo Cha Cha, you can. We're doing platforming. Boo Boo Cha Cha, it's not gonna go bad that quickly. You can drive home, and then once you reach home, then eat it. Or drink it. Hi? What am I doing? That looks like a big target. This looks like rubber. Oh, look, it's ball again. Well, I guess I know what to do. Ball there. But how the fuck? Go! Get in! Oh, you're so close! Can I guess gyro control this? I cannot gyro yeet. I cannot gyro yeet anymore. Fine. I mean, if I stand here where I get squished by the ball. Oh, okay. I would never do that again. I am so sorry, game, for doubting you. With so much taken, where taken sound alert. If you didn't know, when I first started streaming, all of my alerts are all just taken noises. You have like all the Heihachi electric noises, Kazuya electric noises. And then you have Martial Law going like, no, you have Steve going like, delicious! As like the raid, the host back then. It's all Tekken back then. And then you're saying the word Tekken sound alert. I don't want to listen to them anymore. I played too much Tekken. No more. Too much Tekken. Also, what do I do? What is this? Why? Need more, never enough. Taken everywhere. Taken no prisoners. Oh my god. Never enough. Nah. I had more than enough taken noises. I don't like them. I mean, electric noises are great, but the rest like delicious. Like I even slowed them down. It's like delicious. Oh, wait, am I supposed to like bat? Maybe? Okay, let's try it. Since there's Paul here, I can sort of... Are we playing baseball? We might be playing baseball here. I'm not strong enough. No? Oh no, what is this thing? Weak? Yeah, go hit the ball yourself. Oh shit. Don't drive in text, you fuck! Don't! Shut the fuck up! You focus on driving! Oh, look, the pole is back. And Tylra is coming out of the dugout and looks like, yeah, she's calling the shot. Am I? I don't know. Am I calling the shot? Can I attach this? Am I missing something? Definitely, but what? Oh, oh, whoa! Huh. Can I attach Paul to that thing? I'm too good with no. See, I agree with Pinky. No. I cannot attach it. What do you mean? I cannot attach. Huh? I mean, I had a feeling that I have to swing this thing and then hit the ball, go there. Hmm. Can I like... Whoa. Oh, and it just stays there. Time out 5 minutes. Just pay attention to Roland. Oh, I mean, that works, right? If I attach it like way below, it's gonna hit the ball, right? Whoa! I'm playing baseball. It feels too weak. You know what? Maybe I could add one more? You activate my trap card. This should do. Oh, EG! You abuse mod power, I'll fucking unmod you. You little shit, don't you dare abuse your mod power. How do I... Wait, how do I get this one? Nah. Fine. Oh. Can get it any way you can. There's a thing that's blocking. I feel like the hit is not good enough. It feels like I'm just like touching the balls. It's not even really... I want to attach it here, but I cannot. Oh, but... What if? Oh! I can! Oh my god. Oh, this is gonna hit so good. Bonk! Oh, did he just break a pole? A pole just got... Okay. I mean, I didn't expect that. Holy shit. Whoa, whoa, oh my god, the hit. The little... There's a wall blocking it. Lychee, longan, or watermelon. Drink-wise, lychee or longan both good. I don't like watermelon drinks, but food, like fruit-wise, watermelon all the way. Can I... Oh wait. What if I do it the other way around? Do this and then attach it. Oh shit. Fruit-wise, watermelon, no thank you. Oh. I love watermelon. Personally. Or any melon really. Mostly a texture thing. I can respect that. I can't see if I'm actually attaching it or not. That's not helping. I tried so hard as a kid to like watermelon many times, but could never do it. Yeah, I mean the same case with me with what do they call it? Honeydew. I don't like the taste of honeydew for some reason. No, hamikwa, hawi. Oh my god, it just blocks it. How do I... That might work. Yeah, it looks very possible now. Or not? I don't know. I hate it here. Oh! It got blocked! It got oh, it got blocked. How else can I make it more? I don't know. It is already as dead as it gets. There's no other way I cannot remove the board entirely. Because there's iron chains now. God, it just blocks it. Did you try with sour plum powder? Sour plum powder, 爽米粉啊. I think sour plum powder is pretty good. Paired with something called suipat, but I don't know what is it called in English. I only know it's called suipat. Kind of a pancake this morning, but I still don't want to do any work. Oh, mood, same, me. Mood, same, me. Unless I can sort of attach this here. Oh, she just went. It's just gone. Or maybe if I try the other way around, how about that? Camera, please, I can't see shit. We attach this. Go behind. I don't know, this might work. Oh, too late. Oh, how in the box am I supposed to get it in? This thing, I swear to God, can it be longer somehow? Maybe you need more power. Let's make it thicker. Is it possible to step the block with it? Step which block? Oh! I didn't see it, but it was cool. Long paddle. What the fuck, just for that? I hate it. One more time. Oh my god, okay. That was not luck, it's pure skill. Kobo cold skill. Gonna skip this. Long legs to get an energy drink in this round. I know, right? So hard. It took me 10 years just to get one Red Bull. Although speaking of energy drink, How do people drink energy drink like every day? Because I remember tasting Red Bull and it's like pure concentrated sugar pure concentrated sugar, sorry. And like I was baffled by like people just drink energy drink all the time, question mark? I mean not all the time, definitely, but every day sounds like a lot. Some do, yes, I've met several. I don't think that's... I mean, I cannot tell them what to do, that's the thing, but to me personally, since I have diabetes, so I cannot and will not touch energy drink ever, forever. They are bad for my health, and I don't think I want to drink that. I will drink it. If I want something that can like wake me up, coffee's the way to go, right? To me anyway. And this is some very personal thing. What? Oh. Easy. Met some people who refuse to drink water, only sugary... Whoa. Only sugary drinks? Good gods. I mean, if they have a proper way of using the sugar, then they'll be fine. I got diabetes because I was drinking sugary drinks all day, every day, and without even spending them. Because I was obsessed with video games and I didn't even do anything to use the sugar, you know. So the sugar is just staying inside my body forever and ever and ever. The more I drink it, the more it like stays in there. So yeah. But I think I'm gonna stop here for the day. I am hungry and my stomach is growling like crazy. Kobo needs consumage. Kobo needs food. Consumage. I shall consume. I will feed on food. Here, let me go. Let me enlarge myself. Boop. Go here. Look at that. Unlike energy drinks, I tend to be sensitive to too much caffeine, and the ones I've tried upset my stomach, so they're no go for me. Oh. Yeah, too much caffeine sounds terrible. I think for me, too much caffeine would just makes me anxious, and I'll just shake. I'll just keep shaking. You know, the shivering. I'll keep clenching my fist and then just like shivering. It's like crazy. That's how I feel anyway. When I have too much caffeine, that happens. Let me open up some music real quick. Give me a second. Actually, give me several seconds. So I need to find the playlist. Why is the playlist not here? Almost there. Okay. Think I got it. Okay, like it sucks, but it's probably healthier. The sugar use, yes, is important, but folks still need water for start. Water is like the basic need. One of the basic needs. Without water, it's pretty much just like dead. Don't really kiss energy drinks. Coffee more tasty. Yeah, coffee. Coffee good. I love coffee more. Well, basically just water and some squishy and hard parts around it. Oh my god, when you put it that way. It's not wrong. It's not wrong. It's kind of scary. Caffeine wild? Caffeine very wild. I had too much caffeine once in uni, needed something to keep me awake to work on a group project. I was vibrating the entire time and could not be still. Yeah, that's the thing. Too much caffeine does the same thing to me as well. I'll just keep shivering. It's like zzz. I can't even do things. I can't even focus. I can't even like feel ? It's just all around a terrible situation to be in when there's too much caffeine. Oh, Brecky just started streaming. I kind of wanted to rate Brecky, but I also wanted to rate someone that I never rated before. You guys see Nita around, right? Nita the bear? Nita Kuma-chan. He's Japanese, but he does have the translator on chat, which will translate from English to Japanese, from Japanese to English in the chat. So I think reading a dragon is such kobo behavior. Oh, I'm reading a Kuma. Bear, sorry. A bear. But then again, Brecky though. Brecky. You know what? I'm gonna rate Brecky next time. Because I definitely will. I need to rate a dragon. Like, come on. I'm a kobo. Sacrilege. I'll rate Brecky next time. But for now, I'll direct the rate to Nita. Nita. I think it's Nita, it's not Nida. Is that how I rate? I mean, I'm just gonna copy his channel name so that I don't get confused. Oh, I just saw Narek sent me the Discord thing. It's a little Nargacuga sticker. Cute. Get that Nita. Thanks for streaming. I think using a Royal Claymore, my Royal Claymore. I'm gonna cry. I'm already crying. Tears rolling down my cheeks. My Royal Claymore. You know what? It's a good use. It's a good use. I mean, how else am I gonna use the Claymore? If I don't use the Claymore, I'm gonna hoard the Claymore and it will never be used. It's a good use. At this point, I'm just trying to convince myself that I used it well. It's a good use. My Royal Claymore. It's fine. You know what? There's gonna be other Royal Claymores out there. It's okay. Have you tried using clay less instead? No. Nope. Nuh-uh. No. Yeah, he has the fancy translator. I think it's okay. I think he speaks a little bit of English, I think. But don't worry, there's translator. But there's no translator on what he says. There is translator on the chat, or in the chat. I think it's gonna be fine. Yeah, I'm gonna rate Nita. Kobos are reading all your shinies. I'm gonna rate the bear as shiny. I don't know if bear has shiny though, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I hope the rate message is not gonna crowd the... I don't know if the rate message is gonna make the translator go insane. I cannot read that. Bo... What? Ro... Bo... 什么 bo ru da ga? Ne? It's a Couples are coming for all your honey pot. You know what? That's good. I'll use that one. Bear definitely has a honey pot. Don't they like honey? I think maybe I watched too much Pooh Bear. You know, maybe I watched too much Winnie the Pooh. It's like every bear likes honey. Do bear likes honey in general? This one I don't know. I think Google Translator makes it sound like a compliment and an attack at the same time. Here, let me try to translate what you have here. I'll read it out. Well, I'll use the Google Translate to read it out. Take language. Gotoro? Oh, it's Gotoro. Bongo. Gotoro Bongo. And then Koboruto. Oh, that's Koboruto. Oh. I was like, I saw that word before, but I forgot how to pronounce it. Okay, let me let Google Translate read it. Natural diet is like berries and small game, I think. Oh, and fish. Bears do not live from just honey, but they like it. Bees probably don't like being eaten. That's fair. So it's like some sort of sugar for bear. Some sort of addictive food or snack for bear.
ゴードロボンゴコボルドがあなたのすべての輝きを襲撃していますゴードロボンゴ。
輝きの襲撃でします。Okay, attacking all your brilliance. Oh, shiny. Shiny is
Go
Kagaya.
Dorabongo, go Dorabongo.
Shiny is Kagayaki. Oh, they.
Gadorobongo Kobarudo ga anata no subi no kajayaki o
Subi?
shugeki shite imasu Gadorobongo.
Shugeki shit. I can't. Omniverse critters. Yeah, I think that's one of the best, huh? Oh my god, I cannot. Kobolds are taking all your brilliance, I cannot. Yeah, when I hear like Supete no Kagayaki or Shugeki shite imasu. It's like, oh my god. That's like scary. That's like trying to go in a war or some shit. Shugeki shite imasu.
Gadorobongo Kobarudo ga anata no hanapoto o narati
Shite,
gata
shite,
kuru
shout,
Gadorobongo.
shite,
Shoot, shout, shoot, shoot, shout.
Shite. Wait, あなたのハニーポットを狙ってやってくる。狙ってやってくる。I mean, we're gonna steal the honey pot?
Shidioken.
Shirioken? I mean, やってくる。やってくる, I forgot what やって means. やってくる is, kuru is like the expressions. I don't know, man. I don't even know Japanese. Why am I even trying? I'm just gonna... Hey, Bernie. Hey, Bernie, come in here, Bernie. Come on, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Oh. It's the Church of Yip anthem. The Church of Yip anthem. Yippee. Whoa. Hi, Breen. We don't know. We're just throwing broken translation around. Fair. I mean, I don't even know Japanese as much as well. Hayoto and Breen. Wanna join me with the raid to a bear? That's Japanese. They have translators, so I think it should be fine. Exclamation mark Breen. Just chillin'? Nice.
HTTPs. www.
What is that?
Twitch. TV. Greenland de Barinrondo o Chekushite. Carrera ni I o Samishite Kudasai.
It's
Hito
not
Senshi
shite.
Gandamu Batoru Operation 2 inches o Puri Chudesu.
Chew this. Oh, two. Oh, two. Okay, what's the Kido Senshi? Oh, Kido Senshi. Okay. Kido Senshi Gandamu Battle Operation. Oh, Battle Operation 2. Oh, play Chudesu. Oh, play Chudesu is like playing. I don't know, man. Japanese is weird. Also, thanks, Pinky. I'm just gonna type in the rate to Nita. Nita. The bear. I mean, the bear is kinda cute, not gonna lie. I like the bear design. And then in the bottom left, there's like a very cute bear as well. It's like, oh my god. Hi, Taro. Ooh, Taro, it's been a while. Hi. How you doing? I'm gonna raid now. Wanna join me? Wanna join us with a raid? Let me type the raid real quick. My stomach is growling like crazy. This is not normal. Nita. We're raiding Nita. I hope this works. Fluffy's wish you all a wonderful weekend. I don't know what Awu is. I'm a kobold. I go yip. Konnichiwa, aete urushi desu. Kyou wa dou desu ka? Kyou wa dou desu ka? O genki de iru koto o negatte imasu. Ah. I mean, I sort of know what that all means, kinda. Like, from konnichiwa to aete urushi desu, I also know that one. Kyou wa dou desu ka? I also know this one. How are you doing now? You know, something like that. O genki de iru koto o negatte imasu. Negatte imasu, I forgot what that means, but o genki de is like doing good. Iru koto is like one thing. O negatte imasu is also one thing. It's like a sentence, you know. Japanese hard, but Japanese sounds cool, to be honest. Maybe I should learn Japanese a little bit. I don't know, man. I type in the rate. I'm gonna go get dinner. I'm gonna go get food. I'm gonna consume all the food. Also shiny. Yeah, I'm gonna rate. Good dinner. Thank you. Tomorrow. I'm not too sure. Doom? Maybe Doom? I mean, I almost finished Doom. I could do Doom Eternal, yeah. Since tomorrow I cannot do Switch games because they want to use the Switch to watch YouTube downstairs. Consume Noritu? Noritu? Consume. If you're on Doom, you do Doom. Doom. I'll do Doom then. I mean, I also love playing Doom. I just want to listen to the baller music. Why is the music so scary? Oh, there's a cave peaceful music. Oh yeah. I was like, why is the music kind of scary? It's like, oh yeah. It's not supposed to be scary. I'm not scary. I'm just a kobold.
Duo.
No. Oh, it's only you that doesn't work. So don't do you. You sounds terrible. That sounds wrong. You don't sound terrible. No. Wait a minute. No, now I sound like a dick. Oh, God damn it. I'm sorry. Not intended, okay? I'm gonna get food in before I spout more nonsense, okay? I'm hungry.
Reverse psychology, got it. You.
I'll cry right now. I will cry in front of all of you. It's my self-defense mechanism. Duo. Nice. Okay, so before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Right? Know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable.
A B C D E F G H I G.
H-I-G? Oh my god. Yeah, see you guys tomorrow with some Doom. Here comes the raid to Nita, the bear. Boom. Hopefully this works.
Rad RAT RAT.
It says invalid username. Well, That's a little awkward. Let me see if I can. How would I get?
MEOW.
I never thought about this, but how do I rate? How do I get his username then? Sorry, I know this is awkward. It says invalid username. Do add in the chat and copy. Oh, that one? When I add, I got the other one. When I add, I got the Nita. Huh. Alright, let me use yours. Gonna try it. I mean, this is definitely gonna work, right? Yeah, I got the kanji. Nita. Okay, let's try again. Don't worry. Don't worry. Alright, here comes the rate. We're trying again. Boom. No, there it is. It works now. Thank you, Lex. Appreciate. Big thankies.
Godro bongo rad ray rad mouse Godro bongo.
So many rat. Rat. Do I want the rat? I want, but also no. Because I don't think I'm ready to take care of any pets necessary. I don't think I'm responsible enough, and also I don't think I'm financially stable enough to take care of a pet. A rat cool, but yeah, responsibility is a thing. Like, I can't even take care of myself well, and then I have to take care of a pet. Like, I don't want the pet to live a horrible life because I cannot take care of them well. I have to walk them, feed them, cuddle them. Oh, cuddle. Never tried cuddle before. Someday. Very fair. Red's a neato pet. Had two before. Ooh, nice. Reds are so adorable though. I see a lot of rat pictures on Twitter. I mean, Breen retweeted them and I saw them. It's like, oh my god, rats. Yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. Love y'all. Bye.